Already, you're live.
Okay, we are live now.
So, Mr.
Um,
Numo, what have been
yeah,
your day so far? Introduce yourself and talk about today.
my day was too hot.
Hmm.
Okay, I'm George Nubo, panelist George Nubo, a staple on this show. I'm back to differ.
Hmm.
We are back on it today, and good evening to Liberia. Good evening to southeastern Liberia. Good evening to Grand County. We are back on it, and I'm happy to be back. Thank you.
Okay. My name is Fred the Veteran Smith. You can call me Fred Smith or Fred the Veteran Smith. Today has been a wonderful day. Sunshine, if you love the sun. Today's your day to go outdoor. So for me, I just been relaxing home. And this is my second day, and tomorrow will be the third day after my procedure. So I think I'm feeling good, much better than when I went in. But a lot of news, Mr. Numo, happened today, and I don't know. I can play some of the video, or maybe when he come, we'll play it. But were you shocked the expression of Yeke Koluba today? Did it shock you? Or you were expecting something like that to happen?
Oh, okay, Veteran Smith, Archie is asking what he wants to do. Archie,
Can you please announce the guests coming in late? The guest is running late because of the weather condition he's going through.
okay,
And we really
okay.
publicize these things. And I want you to be told here if you wondering why.
What is her first name?
Ruth,
Ruth. Okay. I
Ruth,
forgot.
Ruth Toa.
Okay. Our guest tonight is Ruth Toa. She is running late because of the rain. So no, that is the announcement. Okay.
Okay.
Veteran Smith, please
Yeah,
continue.
and we have a second guest, so we hope they don't disturb the second guest from Morovia, Reverend Samuel Reeves from the Provident Baptist Church. He also the head of the Bureau Council of Churches. He will be our guest at 10 p.m. So we hope everything go be in alignment so we can be on course. Mother Nature taking its course, but those are things Mother Nature can do. So,
So,
Mr. Newman,
Veteran,
we
Veteran
yeah,
Smith, you were talking about expulsion of Yeka Korubad. What happened
yeah,
today?
yeah. That's what happened at the Liberian Legislative House of Representatives. He was expelled, and we have some video clips and other things to show tonight if we can do it. And so we will be playing that. We'll be playing the video clips if we can get to it. But today, one of an interesting day in the country history.
Okay. Oh, why was he expelled?
You can recall yesterday they did a recording. Let me say that though they had let me say a recording. They had they were going through the investigation yesterday, and I mean Yeke Koluba have been part of the investigation. His own colleagues, they were trying to investigate him, but I think he walked out of the meeting and saying he need a lawyer, and so he went out. And then I think the day before, or the Supreme Court decided that they will call all parties to come under the Supreme Court on Tuesday, so they can hear both Yeke and there's and the legislature. So today I was surprised. I thought maybe everybody waiting for Tuesday, but today Front Page Africa came out that with the audio, with the video, showing the expulsion, the clerk ready on the different counts. I think they listed about 7 or 8 counts. And then on the second video, they asked each lawmaker to vote. So each of them voted. Each of them decided one. They went by county by county. They call your name. Call your name. And if you can, say yes, I'm voting or not, or undecided or not. So they went through all the counties, representative from county by county, and at the end they completed. And so they expelled him. Maybe they got the 2/3 that they were looking for. And then Yeke Koluba came outside. And I don't know whether he was an angry person. He said, I would not be afraid if they plan on arresting me, because according to the communication, after his expulsion, he have to turn over everything for government, the car and everything, and they put the Minister of Justice to take any legal action that the Justice Minister won't feel necessary. So Yeke came outside and said, "Oh, I've been they're planning to arrest me, but I'm not afraid. I'm a strong man. A friend car will carry me." And he walked on out of the compound. He said, "You will see, Burka will apologize to me." So I don't know why he was saying that Burka will apologize to him. But he walked up and said, "This is a free country. Nobody will frighten me." And then he walked in his friend car because he was not allowed to go in his own car. So he walked in his own, and he said, "I'm not running from the country. I will be in this country," in his own words. And that was the last word we heard from him. And they put him in the car. So they have all the names of the representatives that participated. The name that I can remember vividly, DJ Blue voted in favor of the expulsion.
DJ Blue?
Yeah, DJ Blue voted for the expulsion. And Bidete, no. And so there were some people in Ovia that said no, but there were cross section of people who Yeke thought were going to support him, went on the side of voted for his expulsion.
So how do you interpret that? No, I'm twisting or what? What do you say?
With the cans, that's why if we can play the audio, maybe I can use my other phone to see whether you can hear the different cans that they had against him until Archie can come. Then you will know the the video. Okay, I can send it to. It's on our chat room. If you look the video there. Both the lawmaker that voted for his expulsion and those that did not, all is there. The clerk read everything.
But I'm surprised though.
Why?
The person who brought about this issue, the person wanted for Yeka to be suspended for 6 months with an apology. And the expulsion would have come if he had refused to apologize.
And I think that what happened yesterday.
Yesterday he was to apologize. He did not.
He walked up and he said he need a lawyer. So maybe the police wanted to do it. You remember Honorable Nepe made a statement on one of our shows for him to apologize. And he sensed that if you apologize to your colleagues, that would be maybe it would be taken well. And he was advising Yeke to do that. And I didn't know that part of the resolution that he might apologize, but he said he would not apologize. And then he went and he walked out of the meeting yesterday. He said he needed a lawyer. So what transpired, he walking out of the meeting that he needed a lawyer, and today has some connection.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. But I sense this from the get-go that Yeka could be charged with treason. And that's what is going on now. But let us welcome the one and only right we have on this show today. When other rights come, no, we have the option or to deny them or not to deny them.
Good afternoon, good evening, great gentlemen.
Thank you. But who gave you the right to deny the other right?
No, you can't have two rights in the same room. There our confusion come from. When we have two rights in a room here, confusion always starts.
Is it starting from today or right now?
Okay, I was thinking about it. But you gotta look for my ghost soup now.
Yeah. It's a pleasure joining the platform, gentlemen, and I'm happy. The issue I met you people talking about, I just thought I should make a little throw in it.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So what I know from the ground is that Yeke openly said yesterday that if he were prompted to apologize to the colleagues, that those are his colleagues, and he will have no regret apologizing to them. If that was their request. But there was an official communication from the Supreme Court putting a halt to the proceeding of the hearing at the House. But then we heard from the House today that up to the time they were taking their decision, they have not received any communication from the Supreme Court, which factually was disingenuous on the part of veteran. The Supreme Court, the House of Representatives, the Executive Mansion, they are all one place. And those official communications can come from one branch to the other. If you listen to me about 2 nights ago when we were talking about this issue, and I did a prediction, I said Yeke will be arrested. Yeke will be expelled. He will be arrested. He will be arraigned before court. He will be convicted. He will go to jail, and then he becomes a convict. Then maybe at that stage, the government will come in and give him executive clemency. But by that time, then he has become a convict that cannot be qualified to run for any elected position anymore. And that is the way they want to break his arm. And I made my prediction premised on the fact that the same legislature ran on illegal leadership for over 6 months. And the government was working with that leadership. They ran under a budget that was termed by legal practitioner as illegal because the body that was running the House at the time was not legitimate. And then the president spoke after the Supreme Court ruled that the sitting speaker at the time was legitimate. And then the president said he will work with the side that had the forum. So it was from that background I said the mind of certain people, the elites, people who when they decide, they do what they want to do. That decision was made, and this was what decided to do. So that's what we see unfolding. I know that Yeke has become vulnerable. When he got out of the chambers this afternoon, he was saying, when he left the chamber this afternoon, he was saying he expects that they will arrest him. He will continue to be vulgar. But I know practically, I saw his face, the body language, he was dejected. Psychologically, he was tempered with in himself. But because he had to remain strong to make his supporters to remain strong with him, so he was saying those things. But I'm sure in no time, we will start hearing Yeke is in court and Yeke is going to South Beach for conviction. Those are the things we will be hearing. And
But
I think, yeah, veteran.
I heard when he left court today that he was asking his supporter to be calm, not to do anything unusual. This was my first time hearing called by calmness. That a supporter might not do anything unusual, to be calm. And he said, let them come arrest me. And because the decision have already been made that all government property in his possession should be taken away. Then I heard him say his friend car will carry him. So that's when I knew. Yeah. He said, I don't care about all of that. I'm part of this country. I will remain in this country. Yeah, they come and arrest me. Let me walk, sir. He said, let me, my car, your car, go in the front. I will walk and see who will arrest me. And he walked outside and then got in the car. He said that this is a prediction and I'm waiting to see whether that prediction will work. He said the president of Liberia will apologize to me. So I don't know what that means, but that's his last word that I heard. He will apologize to me. So I brought this government in power and they will apologize to me. So I don't know what that means, but that was his last words before he went in his car.
He made a remark, certainly. He made a remark. And the last video I saw, he was in the street with his supporters escorting him home. And they were using slogans like, Yeke Koluba, that Joseph Boakai, my boyfriend. Those kind of crazy things they were saying. But like I said, Veteran and Mr. Numbo, from what I saw, Yeke was psychologically dejected. He was just remaining strong. He was remaining strong. And the good thing that I heard from him that the veteran said just now was he told his supporters to be calm. He told his supporters to be calm. But for all of us, from my thinking, this is a serious learning that we should be careful with to see how it unfolds, how it ends. But this is a critical time. This is a critical time.
This is a smart. You very smart. The way you put it is a critical time.
Mr. Nipper, introduce yourself. Welcome.
We gave Kola here. You started talking.
But Mr. Nipper, what thing you said? One of the things you said, I agree with it. You admonished Yeke to apologize. He didn't listen to you. Why you told him to apologize?
Well, first of all, fellow Liberians and in Radio Land in the Republic of Liberia, Pastor Jason, and in the world, we are back on the show. My name is Christopher Nipper. Let me not be monotonous or repetitious every time to introduce myself. I'm a panelist on this show, the very Liberian important show. It's one of the shows that highlights issues and speak to the issues of our time in a very succinct manner. And you have heard all of our panelists, so I want to say good afternoon, good evening. You are in Monrovia or here in the United States, good evening or good afternoon. Yes. On the question about Yeke's departure from the House of Senate, Representative, you know, I was of the stronger conviction that Yeke would have heeded the pieces of information I was passing on Facebook, or some of his chameleons, people that were forcing him to go against the country and do all kind of things as an expendable material, human material. At least he would have said, I will beg. And I put it in the parlance of the Bible. Nicodemus was a smart man. Nicodemus was a religious politician, I will call it that way. And when he wanted to talk to the master, he went there by night. And so even politicians, and even in the social life, you find people going to party night in the day, they go in the night. And so when you have a problem to solve, you move under the shadow of darkness. And then people don't see you. You can go quietly, gently, and then you try to appease those who you have hurt one way or the other. For instance, if I had some misunderstanding, I'm right here. If I have misunderstanding with Mr. Nubo, I will calmly go to him or call him at night when everything is just quiet. And I thought you would use that because politics is interest. Now, I come to the second point. Point two, this is not a time for auto wash. We know about customs, we know about tradition, and we know about norms. Those are something like equilateral triangles. Everyone carries 60, that 180 degrees. So if you are a child in the house, this is an eye-opener for even students in school. When you are expelled from an institution, it does not create wahala or trouble or cause the school to be closed or for the students to go amok. When you are expelled from a school for proven reason, politics is interest. That's why there is this idiomatic expression of strange bedfellows. When you have your interests and you want to align it with other people, sometimes you become a carpet badger. You cross the carpet. And I don't think, I think what is happening to Yeke is his lack of education, his lack of gross understanding, his lack of reasoning. Because when you are accused of doing something, be it that you did it or you didn't do it, there's a way to patch the pieces that seem to be falling apart. But in the words of Chinua Achebe, his center could not hold because everything around him had fallen apart. And Yeke did not know one thing, which I think is good for all other politicians to learn. You cannot be a voice that people hear and be condescending in the society because people are pushing you. A patched garment can be torn at any time because sometimes you use an old piece of cloth to patch that hole. And all politicians are the ones that took this young man out of the Capitol building because they were there aiding and abetting. And as a word, they were, I call that pseudo support, false support. And there were some other people who wrote, and one of the politicians, one of the political party, I'm not calling him, Akim Ohihad, on Facebook. You cannot do these things in society. Your father cannot have a problem being on the land for 50 years, and somebody who comes on the land for 10 to 20 years claims a portion of your father's land. And you, the older son or one of the sons, without thinking twice, that this property is mine. It is my father's, therefore it is mine. And then you tell your father, oh, in the public, in the glare view of the public, part that land there you're fighting the man for Mr. Smith, for the land for Mr. Smith. Now we have to be candid here. We have to be fair here. We have to understand here. Culturally, you cannot tell your father that way. Especially when your father is engaged in the other side. And then you come and then you try to pull the rug from under your father. A father who is very unreasonable will throw you out of the house. But the father is understanding. And that's why I said to Yeke, an act of contrition, because I'm a Catholic. An act of contrition, which was done by Nicodemus, would be the proper approach to disengage all of these pieces of mechanics that the people were playing around him. But he did not listen to me. He listened to the politician, and he went into the street. But let us be mindful. Something is coming. Something is coming on the horizon. Something is coming. One, as Mr. Wright said the other day, from qualified sources, the demonstration of today or tomorrow or Monday will not be the only thing. If he were to go to jail, if anything of that sort were to happen, a lot of pieces of confusion will be happening in the society. A lot of pieces of, to the extent that some citizens will try to discredit the government. Government not doing this, and they have already begun. Freedom of speech, but freedom of speech has a co-correspondent, which is freedom of speech, responsibility. Be responsible for your speech. So if you make utterances against my dear brothers in the studios, sitting there, and you cannot ably represent those utterances by facts. Even though Mr. Nubo has N beginning with his last name, you assume me. Mr. Right, he wants to be right. He will put me in court. And you, legend, you will want to say, well, you did not do me right, so I can send you to justice. What would be the honorable thing for me to do? The most honorable thing for me to do is to gently approach Mr. Nubo, as fierce as he may be, or Mr. Wright, or you, the legend. And then that simmering, that molecular friction of that boiling tension will subside. Two of you will say, all right, our brother, you're not big or sufficiently. We leave the matter. And Mr. Ray will come and say, my man, the man been talking to us, so let's leave the matter alone. Let's put the matter on us. I think in a civilized society, in a traditional setting, this is how we do it. This is how our parents taught us. You don't go and argue. You don't go and inflame. You don't do that because you see somebody is behind you who is telling you, go ahead, do it. At the end of the day, who got the latches? It will be me. I, Christopher J. Napier, will get the latches on my back. It will not be any of the people that have pushed me. So that it was contingent on those rationale that I decided to beg Mr. Yeke and say, go with an act of contrition. Go like Nicodemus in the night. And I'm sure if he had done that, he would have divided the people. And he would have had a majority to say, okay, let's suspend him for 3 months, for 6 months, for 1 year. I would take it. Whatever suspension, I would take it. But it should not be time indefinite, because when a company suspends you time indefinite, it is tantamount to being dismissed, but they put it into intelligent and gentle balance. Then you say, oh, the people just suspended me time indefinite, but you are gone. So Yeke is gone. I want to stop right on that note.
And then
And
I
Mr.
will, with your indulgence,
Mr. Wright,
Freddie, with your indulgence,
yeah, before you go, I
No,
wanted
you
to
want
put
say
a
something, Mr.
question.
Wright? You want to say something?
Yeah, I wanted to put a question on what was Mr. Yeke, Representative Yeke, former Representative Yeke Koliba, was misled by opposition parties like Alexander Comey, what is this, Mr. Gonglo, all surrounding, giving him support. Those was a miscalculation. Then his own colleagues that he could have sat with and interact with them. What do you think went wrong? Because he felt invisible at that point, hearing other political leaders giving support, or the secret place of the legislature is quite different from the strength of political leaders. What do you think went wrong there? Because we have clips that they were giving him motivation.
Okay, when a person is pseudo radicalized,
Mr. Nepe, I wanted to buttress certain things you said, then you can go on answering this question.
please do so.
Yeah, sure. Thank you so much. So, like you were saying, usually in the open intellectual gatherings, sometimes you say something, your friends reject it, and you say, I take it back. I think
Exactly.
if Yeke had treaded on that route, it would have helped him, because he has done it many times. He would say certain things, maybe at radio station, maybe at some forum, and then you say, okay, I take it back. I think if he had hastily, after knowing what was ahead now, hastily said, I take it back, I think it would have helped him. But like Mr. Nepe said, I think his intellectual limitation really contributed to what he is now. Mr. Nepe, you can continue with that question, and I will have interest in answering that question to that friend asked.
Yeah.
Thank you, veteran. Thank you, the veteran, so much. You know, the air of pomposity, the air of being egocentric, the air of being ignorant. When you see a fire in front of you and somebody say you are invincible, you can pass through that water because Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego went through the same. No. You must remember, you are neither Shadrach, Meshach, nor Abednego. Normally in my public discourse, I don't like to personalize the issue. I don't let the call names. I just threw in the name of Mr. Wright, Mr. Novo, and you, our esteemed journalist, because I was making an example. I am absolutely not clothed with any information centered on the named person that they were trying to support, Mr. Yeke Koliba. What I do know is that I wrote a counter thought on some poster that I saw. And just as I mentioned earlier, I told the people about our custom. I told the person about our norms. And I told them
just put
about,
it in the chat room.
yeah, and I told them about our traditional values. I am a member of the old order, the old people. Yeah, the old time when our people talking, when BB people talking, you don't put your mouth in it. And when you want pass where they are seated, you put your hand on and you bend down. Abeyance. Abeyance was taught to us. as a means of solidifying our culture of value in the larger society. Like my brother just said, if you were smart, limitation can drive you even with gasoline on your head going to the fire. And as soon as you start burning, then when you yell, nobody can come there because they don't want to get burned with you. If you were smart, when the bell rung the first time that this man had done, I take that word back sincerely. It was unfortunate.
Right.
It was not intended to have been said that way. It was a slip of tongue, and I apologize to my people, to the government and the Republic of Liberia. I am a sitting representative. It would not do me well if I went against my own country, and everybody knows me. And so, in this public manner, I am taking those words back. They were not intended.
Honorable Nepe,
Yes, sir.
is it too late now to file a motion of reconsideration?
Well, motion of reconsideration, that's why, you don't tear the trouser before you say you want patch it. Sometimes you will not have the needle.
Police, can he become a new Yeka Koluba?
No. Once Mr. Nubo,
Mhm,
once it gets to the point of exit,
mhm.
you can't come back. Because it will be in management, they say, before you take the decision, thoroughly you view the circumstances, the implication, the ramification before you take a decision to expel someone from his job or to suspend. This is why in management practice, you find people who say, excuse me, let me say, John Doe, please report to the Human Service Department, or that department here will call you. I mean, you not come to work on time. Your report has been delayed. Try to buckle up and do something right. Now, that engagement there, a positive engagement, you don't want to lose him. You are putting him on a rail such that guides his conduct, such that adjusts his behavior, such that will cause him to be in line, in tune with the policy of the institution. That's what you would do in the first instance.
Okay.
Secondarily, if you were to consistently, continuously do the same thing, then you would serve him maybe a verbal warning. If the same occur, a written warning that you have. Yeah, let me make the point.
Yes, go ahead.
But when you have expelled that person from a corporation X, Y, or Z, the chances of coming back will be very, very, very high.
Thank you. Now, what advice will you give to Mr. Amos D. Wright, who said these same lawmakers, they rent the house, illegally, for 6 months or more? What will you say?
Did I tell you, further on, let me make a disclaimer. I didn't tell you that, Mr. Numo. I never told you say people burn on Capitol building.
No, I said burn. Did I say burn?
No.
Yeah, you said burn.
Okay, I didn't.
No, you didn't say so.
I didn't say burn.
You want to please state that
they rent a house for 6 months
illegally.
Illegally. Okay, illegally. These are the people that were called rebel. But that's why I ask, did DJ Blue vote for against Yeke? And Veteran Smith said yes. I mean, we should not mix these things here. Yeke took Kabila Jana to the House, we have separation of authority. That's why we have 3 equal branches of government
in the system.
in a system. Why is Kabila Jana, who called himself, or who was Associate Justice? Did he not learn that? And these are the people, Kabila Jana, the Tier 1 Gongro, or the Alexander Cummings, these are the people that misled Yeka Koruba. And these are the people that told him, if you don't, I believe, I should not be definite. I believe these are the people that told him, you don't need to apologize to the people, and they are the how do you call it, the anti-rule of law people that we had or a few years ago or about a year ago. So that's what I was asking you, Honorable Nepe, that I feel that you, therefore, even though you are not begging, but you differ with Honorable Amos D. Wright. Thank you.
All right, so
I was not here when my fellow panelists made whatever you are attributing to him, so I cannot speak on that.
Okay.
Unless you will have a second opportunity, then he can raise that, and then I will be able to understand the context in which he is speaking.
Okay.
But I think, like I said, yeah.
Honorable Nepe.
Yes, sir.
The analogy I was drawing was that the House of Representatives, we saw the House taking a decision to change speaker, and they went to the extent of going outside the law, and they did not care. And they even had the support of the executive. You saw grown men who are in their own capital city, in their own country, were going on camp in luxury or hotels only because they wanted a speaker to move, and they were prepared. They enthroned an illegal leadership that ran with the support of the national government. So the picture is, when those people make up their minds to take a decision, whatever comes in their way, they will not mind it. They will take that decision. All of us on the show here this evening, all of us on the show here are aware that when something is going on constitutionally in the country and the Supreme Court issues a prohibition, halting some activity so that there can be a conference or intervention, and then the other branch will say, we did not see the communication. It must tell you something. That's the analogy I was drawing when I said that. The Supreme Court issued, the lawyers representing Honorable Koluba, and let me be very clear, I'm not a supporter of Yeke Koluba. I do not like the way he talk. I do not like the way he makes a point. I don't like his style. I don't support him. But I was only trying to look at the play out of activity there where I'm speaking from. The lawyers talked to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court issued an injunction, which was not respected. And I was saying the same way when the Supreme Court ruled that Funaki Kopa was the legitimate speaker, and the police did still go with that ruling. That was the same thing that happened in the case. So it was a matter of my prediction that Yeke will be expelled. So their mind was made up. Yeke is a former lawmaker now. Let's see what other predictions that we did will also come in. But to go
so you were only citing a correlation between what happened the first time.
Exactly.
Yeah, I understand that, because I'm of the same view as you, that when the Supreme Court comes down and says, why do you call it supreme?
Yeah.
Because it is clothed with unmatched legal authority.
Exactly.
It is clothed
Exactly.
with unmatched legal authority. It is the highest in the land. And the fact that the system is triumvirate, co-equal in a governance system, the first branch of government should be able to understand and not rush into action when they interpret all of the law that they make, because they make the law, but they cannot be the judge, the juror, and the bailiff. They cannot. You see, under the Constitution has empowered them to assemble.
I'm compelled to ask a comment from the comment section.
Okay.
Ashley Ling is asking if Yega Caldwell will even investigate it. That's the question she's asking.
Well, we were not privileged to be in the House of Representatives, but we think this thing was sent to the Rules Committee. And you know, the governance of that house is based on rules. And when you are caught to be in violation of any of those rules, and the Rule Committee brings in their judgment and send it to plenary, it is the plenary's responsibility to properly adjudicate. But what we are discussing here is a correlation of what happened to Funati Kofa and what is obtaining today.
So let me attempt that question.
Please.
Sure. Thank you for the time. So the person that asked the question, if you are listening, Yeke was written by the Rules, Order, and Administration to come for an investigation with his lawyers. Yeke and his lawyers went, and from the lawyer's point of view, if you come to represent a client, then you speak for the client. So when they went to the Rule and Order for the investigation, Yeke was not the one speaking. His lawyers were speaking. And then the committee said the lawyers should not be the one to talk. They should sit down and listen. Yeke is a member of the House. So Yeke should talk for himself, and then his lawyers can guide him. And then the lawyers thought that legally, in their view, Yeke might be incriminating himself because the level at which the case was, it was left with them not to be speaking the legal language. So if they cannot allow the lawyers to speak for him, then they cannot sit in the investigation. So they left the investigation, they walked out of the investigation. That's how they went to the Supreme Court and prayed for an injunction. And the Supreme Court accepted the prayer and issued the injunction, putting a stay order on the investigation. And then that was done yesterday.
Okay. Mr. Ryan, I have to hold you there. We do have our second guest in studio, Dr. Reverend Samuel Reeves. I'm going to bring him on stage so that we can get the second half of this program going. And before I do that, before I welcome the doctor to the program, I want to apologize to our listening audience and to everybody that's watching. There is a weather problem in the city of Zwedru. Madam Ruth Toa was supposed to be picked up and driven to the station. And because of the weather, that did not happen. This is why she is not in studio. And for that reason, we want to apologize for that. Thank you. Okay. Well, I better go to the doctor and then he going off again. All right, Mr. Wright, you complete your statement while the doc is getting back into studio.
Okay, yeah. So I was saying, so the Supreme Court, the justice in chambers, somebody mark is open.
Okay.
Justice in chamber, Justice Kaba issue the prohibition, placing a stay order on the proceedings, but the House did not listen. In my knowledge of what they do, they went ahead and took their action with a flimsy excuse that the communication from the Supreme Court did not reach to them. The chief clerk said she didn't receive the communication. And we know that when the Supreme Court takes certain decisions that the Hawk want to take, they don't go by it. That's how I want to stick it. Then I was going to Freddie's question, the veterans question that he asked about some influential people fooling Yeke Koluba or influencing Yeke Koluba.
But you really want me now? Because that question was posed to me.
And I don't think that we should be, accusing people here. If the House say they don't receive it, we shouldn't say that they receive it and they didn't receive it. And they say they don't
No, but you
receive
can not differ with me, but you can't tell me what to say and what not to say.
We don't have any record that the House receive it and they claim otherwise. And in the House, I was talking about the separation of the branches. Separation of the branches of government. If legal or people go with Yeke, all they need to do is direct Yeke when they asking question or that will implicate him. They can tell him, don't answer it. But they are not there to speak for Yeke Koluba. That's how it works. We can be doing this labyrinth thing all the time.
You can give me a reference from their rules that say so.
Well, let me answer the question that was posed to me by the veteran now. Then the rest we can come in there. So, veteran, I don't know unless you can bring that information now.
All right.
And two, I don't like to personalize issue.
Mr. Napier,
It's in the chat room.
Dr. Reeves, if you're watching, I'm going to have to kick you off stage because you keep. Okay, there you go. Good.
He's
no.
coming on.
Yeah, I gotta have to get him off stage because he's not coming on. I think it's connection. Go ahead, Mr. Napier.
So I'm not privileged with the information about the personalities named, and so I will not try to drum that into my conversation this afternoon or this evening. What I do know is that Yeke is always used as a frying pan when the political leaders want to do their thing. It is that pan they use. And then
I want some clarity. I want some interpretation. What does that mean, Mr. Napier, to be used as a frying pan?
The frying pan, what does the frying pan do? The work of a frying pan is to fry something, and then after you finish it, you throw it away.
Okay.
You pack it. So, and he does not understand his mechanics. He does not understand the political arrangements around him. And so, today he is a loser. And I don't want to blame it on anybody. If I'm doing something, I should be conscious of the adverse reaction. And when that reaction
I beg to differ.
you may shoot, sir.
Okay. I think the question that we have not answered is the thing. What the who?
He said
He beg to differ. I don't know what he's differing on.
I beg to differ on what you said. You said something that's not beg to differ.
And Mr. Napier said you may shoot.
Yes.
I almost ran away.
No, he may speak.
I can verbally fly it away.
The man is going right on the stage.
Go ahead, sir.
Oh yeah, it's a free carry. Don't y'all, it's a free carry. I can walk in the store with my gun on my side, open carry. All right, it's an open carry. Yeah, as long as nobody mess with me, we'll be fine. But you try it, I can lay down easily. That's Virginia, no problem. Yeah, but I beg to differ, Mr. Nippy, when you
Yeah.
said he must watch what he says. Okay, we got the doc back in studio. So let me bring it up on stage. Hopefully he lands. While waiting for the doc, let's do this.
Actually, when he finally gets on,
You can't be coming in, going up.
can we table this and go?
Yes, as soon as he shows up, as soon as he gets on camera, we'll table.
Okay.
Yes, I'm hoping that I think it's a connection thing.
We can't waste time with him because he's a man of God.
Yes, he's no, he's on stage. You can see him, right? You can see his wheel spinning on stage.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah, we can see it.
Okay, good. As soon as he appears on camera, we're going to start. We're going to start right away. But I said I differ because of what you said. You said he got to watch. He got to watch what he says. Okay, he said what he said. What can anybody tell me here, verbatimly or verbatimly, what Yeke Koluba said that has warranted his expulsion? Can anybody tell me today?
I don't.
Well, I will not be
I think
I cannot be verbatim.
Nippy said that over and over before you got on the show here.
But I'm here now.
Exactly.
I am here now, and I got to differ because
The statement Yeke made, I believe you can remember. I said these statements coming from member of the House of Representatives could lead to treason charges. That was last month.
You said that.
And there we are now.
Can you tell us, Mr. Nubo, since you know that his statement was tantamount to treason, what did he say that the Constitution finds to be treasonable or treasonable?
Hey, be careful. The Constitution hasn't found anything treasonable about any comment made by Yeke Koluba. It is the House of Representatives and the Liberian National Police, not the
No. Let me interject. It's not that. The House held in him for breaching their rules. One of their rules.
And
Now,
what did the rule
we
say?
want
Did the
to
rule
wait
say
and see.
treasonable? Because remember, they charge him. They charge him for treason. The man's on record of being charged by his fellow colleagues for treason. This is what they are prosecuting the man
the
for.
case, Mr. Wright, can only be defined by the code.
Thank you.
Treason
This is the point I'm driving at, Mr. Wright. This is where I am going. Because Mr. Nippy said he needs to be careful based on what he said. What did the man say? I live in America. Our Constitution is a carbon copy of the American Constitution. We got people can stand on the floor of the House, the floor of Congress, and say things even worse than what Yeke Koluba said.
Mhm.
And yet, these people don't get even expelled, let alone, suspended, let alone expelled. So where are we going with all this, wahala, man? Where? Where are we going with this?
If you understood me, I said the rules governing their house.
House
It
of
is like a
Did
politics.
somebody state the rules? Is the
think they said
rules
that
greater
in
than the Constitution?
They made their rules. They did what they did.
Is the rules of the House supersedes the Constitution of Liberia?
No
The House-
rule, no
the House-
law supersedes the
The House has
Constitution.
to do its work.
But while it is true that you have Constitution, every corporation, every company has policy.
Yes.
So that those rules are theirs. And when they find you in violation of their rules,
they punish
then
you.
they start them out to
What
some
did the
point.
rule say? Please, can somebody tell what the rule said? I beg you.
I don't have the rules.
Okay.
But
The
they are
rules-
saying, they are telling us, they are the people that we supposed to question. We supposed to have the chairman of the rule committee to come on this show
Eh,
and tell the Liberian people what the Yeke say. To what extent did they affect the national security? And why did you not choose, instead of he going to court, suspending him, and then you're saying to court, why did you expel him? So then they will go and open their carpet book and say, well, here is rule number 10. Rule number 10 say A, B, C, D. And he violated D. But I'm not close with what the people in the House of Representatives said. But I can say to you, because you live in America as I, that when Erie Canton was discharged of his function as Speaker of the House of Representatives, they didn't bring any lawyer. Oh, he's gone. They saw a face and they took
I'm
us
here.
and they took us
I'm
Erie
here. Let
Canton.
me just move here with my
Yeah,
seat.
but they didn't bring.
but
Did
but
they bring
here,
any lawyer?
Nipe, that time
When Erie Canton was taken out,
Nipe,
when
that
Paul
time
Ryan was booted out as Speaker, Mr. Nubo, that's where I'm making my point.
okay.
When Paul Ryan was a vice, he was kicked out of the House of Representatives, a Republican. There was no lawyer there to help in adjudicating why he was being removed or relieved of his duty as Speaker. Secondly, Erie Canton. Erie Canton was the Speaker, the second Speaker. Again, he was booted out of the office as Speaker. He didn't carry any lawyer. The only time we saw a lawyer in the United States of America was in the Congress. I mean, in the Senate, when they were prosecuting Donald Trump, both in the House of Representatives and in the Senate. And although he was impeached in the House of Representatives, President Trump was not impeached by the Senate. Had he been impeached, he would not have gone for the second term. So that's quite different from Mr. Koluba. These houses, House of Representatives, House of Senate, be it in Liberia, in Nigeria, in the United States, they have their own rules. Whether it underpins, it undermines, it tends to abrogate the Constitution to the extent that it does, I don't know. But I do know one thing, and that's a fact. Paul Ryan was kicked out as Speaker. His successor, Erie Canton, was moved out. The Republican Party has now the third House of Representatives Speaker. In the Liberian context, and Mr. Wright just alluded to that. In the case of former Speaker of Wait for Your Time for Nati Kofa, the House said, I mean, the Supreme Court said, listen, put brakes on this thing here yet. Don't act. What did the people do? Mr. Wright just said it. They went into hotels under the cover of darkness. In the lobby of those hotels, they came out with what they were going to do. Did they go to a hotel this time for Yeke Koluba? I have no way of knowing that or establishing that. What I do know is that Mr. Koluba was relieved, was removed, was expelled. And in any institution, when you are expelled, that institution is closed with that authority and the reason appertaining to your expulsion. It happens in the working place, it happens at universities, it happens in the school building. So Yeka is gone, and I think he should use that experience as a way of remodeling
Mr.
his
Nippet.
behavior.
Mr. Nippet, I want to show you this. This is from Amara Conan.
Yeah.
Amara Conan is making the same case that we're making here, that Mr. Koba was not given due process under the Constitution to properly defend himself. And I think I wholeheartedly agree with him. This is nothing but politics.
I'm not against that. You see what happened here, Mr. Wright? Mr. Wright. When people are mature politicians and not taken from one city and brought and giving position of competence or not competence for, and they are sent to another level, then they miss the ball. When you cannot play very well, don't go on a basketball court or football field. Don't even try to join the choir because you cannot sing very well. This is post Yeka expulsion. Honorable Conan, Amara Conan, you see, you have to be decent in a society. One horse can do something, and then you come on the other side, you say the horse was wrong. It's a house.
Oh, but Mr.
No, let me learn, please. My thought is in progress. It is a house that contains 2 rooms. Anybody can move crisscross. If they did not want for Yeka, especially one who you have just mentioned, the senator from Bapulu.
Okay, Mr. we got Dr. Reeves in the house with us. So let me do this real quick.
Okay, then let's bring Dr. Reeves on.
Okay, we got him on now. Reverend, we apologize for the I don't know if it was from your end or our low backdoor bug that were preventing you from coming on, but we are happy to have you on, and we can see you clearly, looking in good health. And so we want to get the ball rolling. We're about 25 minutes into the show already. I want to welcome you to Top FM 105.3 on the show. I beg to differ. I'm going to be your host, Archie Wright. They're going to be here with all the panelists who are going to introduce themselves before we get the ball rolling. I just want to give a little bit of tonight. There's a weather problem in the city where the station is located, and so we're having problem getting on air. But hopefully, the weather will cease and be conducive before we leave the air, so that the people out there will be able to interact with you on the radio. But we also have our number on stage. You can be able to call from the WhatsApp platform. Having said that, I want to go around the table so that all the other panelists can introduce themselves to you. Mr. Nuba, let me start with you, sir.
Hello. Oh. Yes.
Veteran Smith. He doesn't have to come on with camera. You can just mute his camera. You can be on without camera. I think the camera is giving him the problem.
If that is a problem.
Yeah. Exactly. If that is a problem, he can come on and just mute the camera. We can see that he's really, really trying to come on.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Nippy, you can go ahead while we're waiting for the doctor to come back.
So I've not been privileged to have read their rules. I have not understood whether they cited them during the hearing. But I do know one thing here, that we are all dispendable. We can come in and we can go out for proven or unproven reasons. And the power that be, like one of my bosses used to say, the power that be, when they have struck you, whether intentionally or unintentionally, the consequences are yours to bear. So it is left with Mr. Yeke Koloba now to readjust himself, readjust his behavior, retool his mind,
Okay.
conform
Mr. Nippy,
to the
I
norm.
gotta hold you right there again. We do have the doc coming on stage.
Okay.
So let's try to make sure he can hear us. Doc,
Good
can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you well.
Excellent, excellent. If
Can
you
you
can
hear
just
me?
switch the camera a little bit because it got you twisted. Excellent, excellent, excellent.
Okay.
All right, so Mr. Nubera, go straight to you, please.
Okay, George Numbo here. I'm one of the panelists. Welcome to A Beg to Differ, Dr. Reeves. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nuba. Mr. Amos D. Wright.
Sure. So, Reverend, my name is Amos D. Wright, and I come from the CSO, and I'm one of the panelists on this show.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. Counselor, Dave, let's hear you. I don't know you with us, guys. I see your mic, your camera is muted, and your mic is also muted. Okay, good. You with us.
Yeah, I'm Councillor Yomba Arajide, a legal practitioner and also a panelist on the show. You're welcome, Dad. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
Counselor. Let's go to you, Mr. Nippet.
Reverend Dr. Reeves, good evening, welcome. My name is Christopher J. Nipe. I'm a former political and consular officer of the Republic of Liberia and the Chancellor of the Embassy near Washington, D.C. It's my pleasure to welcome you, and I hope you will bless us before you leave. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Nipe. Let's now go to the Veteran Smith. Veteran Smith, you're going to introduce yourself, and then you begin the conversation with the doc. I don't know if you're going to introduce him or you're going to introduce himself, but it's up to you.
Okay. Thank you very much. At this time, I would like to welcome Reverend Samuel Reeves, pastor of the oldest church, Baptist Church in Liberia, Providence Baptist Church, and also he head of the Liberian Council of Churches. And this is I Beg to Differ 105.3 FM in Zedru Grangita County, which is heard widely in the southeastern region of Liberia and Maryland, Nimba, and some part of Ivory Coast. I've been trying very hard to bring you, and we're so delighted that you took this opportunity to come to be our special guest today. The last time you were in Zedru Grangita County, and at that time was church convention, and I was trying for you to come, but we couldn't get you. Since you have the opportunity now that you people can hear you in Zedru, take us through your experiences in Zedru, having the Baptist convention in Zedru. How was your treatment? How things went on? Reverend Reed?
Oh, gosh.
Um,
Dropped. Oh,
Can I continue?
yeah. Before you continue, let me add one to your explanation. You see, Todd one way, yeah? Todd one way is saying dissolve the legislature. Dissolve it. That's what he's saying. Dissolve the legislature. That's what Todd one way is saying. I say it because you're trying to highlight what Senator Amara Conant said. This is a member of the House of Representatives. He's saying dissolve the freaking place. Go ahead, sir.
And how will he represent Liberia at
The question is mine. The question is mine, Mr. Nubo.
at
Mr.
ECOWAS?
Nubo, the question is mine.
Okay, go ahead.
People should not familiarize themselves. It is a chameleon who will come with one color. As soon as you are looking at it, then it turns to red.
Right.
Then when you are looking at it, it turns to white. Then you can't see it. Then later on, it turns to black and it goes away. This is political strong man or game manship. People should not play with Liberia as it were the time I was playing football. When I was playing football, I was very, very serious. Playing as on the field and in the goal. So when there was trouble and I made an error, I'll be able to understand where I made the error. And the next time I will correct myself. These gentlemen coming up should have come up far earlier than the man being suspended. You cannot wait until your gun is shot. And then you come and say, oh, you should not have shot the man. But you were standing there. And I think they aided in the process by being silent. When something is happening wrong, like I was saying, there is a house. But the house has two rooms. Room one, where the law starts, when the president sends the bill, or the law that they make. Room two, they go to where they say that the biggest room, the upper house. If I were in the upper house this as we speak, or in the lower house as we talk, and I had some reservation as to why Honorable Koloba should not be expelled, I will move like Nicodemus. I will move to the Speaker office. I will move to the Rules Chairman. I will move to the members of the Rule Committee. I will cite them to my office. They will come and say, brother, let us rationalize this thing. Let us eat together. Which of you among you here would like to be expelled today or tomorrow? They waited. The former speaker was kicked out of the house when the court said, put a brakes on it. Supreme Court said, we recognize him as the speaker. The people went on. And the way they did it, it was so glaring. The speaker was in Italy, with His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Liberia, on official duty. Whilst there, it's like Julius Caesar and Brutus. He was stabbed in the back. People clamor around against him, and he came back. The president could not pull him off in that show. No, because they are separate and distinct institutions. He could not. So he permitted it to play out the way they wanted it to play out. I am sure the president depended on the Supreme Court to put a halt on it, and the Supreme Court did put a halt on it. But what did the people do? It's like Jesus Christ and the thief, Barabbas. They said, crucify him, let's push him out. And they pushed him out. When it came to Yeke,
Okay.
the Reverend in the studio now?
No, the Reverend not in the studio, but I want us to.
But you asked a question, I'm clarifying, then you cutting me like you cutting a piece of bread?
No, I don't call you the piece of bread. But I gotta cut you this because I want us to be able to exhaust it before the Reverend comes back so that we can be able to jump
Yeah,
straight
but
into
let
the
me land on
conversation.
my point. Let me land on
I
my
want us to
point.
exhaust this.
Please
Okay,
don't
go ahead.
bury
Land on
my
your
point.
point.
Yeah.
No,
So
no,
when
you're
it
going
came
to bury your
to
truth. You're going to
Yeke-
put it out. Go ahead.
when
I'll
it
give you
came
a
to
few
Yeke Koloba, all of them had their arms down. The senator from Babulu did not talk. The distinguished representative you showed just now did not talk. He could have lobbied for, that's why lobbying pays a lot. Understanding the rules of the game. and the dynamics are pertaining to how the power play goes about. If I were in that house and I didn't want for Yeke to go out, I'll go to the president pro tempore, call the speaker. The thing are happening, it will make us sing. And that's how you play the game. But now this is this is post. This is post. The man is destroyed. The man is gone. Whatever the senator for Bapulu says, it bears no bearing on what has happened.
Okay.
No matter what his colleagues say, the one who you just show here, it still bears no impact on what has been done. The cat had been put into the bag and thrown away. So that's what happened. They should have acted on time to have prevented this situation. So I would think they aided and abetted. And you can remain silent when something is happening and you know it is not right and you're being silent. That is, you are acquiescing the conduct of that action. And I think they supported it. I want to stop right there. They supported it.
Mr. Co-host, please look in the comment section. I put a rule there from the house.
Yeah, I saw that. I was just reading it, but I want to say this first. Veteran Steel, are you going to get the doc? You're muted.
Yes.
I'm muting myself.
Are you going to get the doc?
Somebody on a tree.
I sent a message. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah, so let me you want to read that comment, Mr. Wright, yourself, or you want me to do it?
Yeah, I want you to do that, please.
All right. Let me hopefully I get it back here. Where's the private comment? All right, right here. Okay, good. So this was posted by Mr. 80, right? He said the rule.
He's trying to do it with all the video, so we'll see how it works.
Yeah, I should be able to work. Hopefully we'll get it back. So let me do it real quick. Rule 48, it says expulsion of members. This is the most severe rule and is used for the permanent removal of a representative from their seat. Committee investigation. Typically, a complaint is referred to the Committee on Rules and Order or a special ad hoc committee to investigate the quote-unquote case. Due process. This is where my argument lies. Due process. The member has the right to appear before the committee, often with legal counsel, to respond to the allegation. Final action. After the committee submits its report to plenary, a vote is taken. The reference to Article 38. It requires a 2/3 majority of the full membership to pass. Mr. Wright, let me bring you in on this.
All right, so what it says here, I was saying something about the invitation to Yeke Koluba, say among other things that he could come with his legal team. And when you see under due process here, it reads the member has the right to appear before the committee, often with legal counsel to respond to the allegations. And I think what the argument was, whether the lawyer should be the one to speak or the member should be the one to speak, the sentence did not say that. But it is clear that you, the member, you have the constitutional right from the 1986 Constitution and from their own rule that you should come with a lawyer when you come in for that investigation. So if it says so and then you bring a lawyer and they say they can't listen to the lawyer, then where are we?
Okay. I don't have an answer, but we got Councilor Day with us.
We have
Mr. Louis, you want to come in? I want Councilor Day to be the last person to speak on this. So he would just put everybody come in together and then give us the legal.
Yeah, we are not lawyers anyway.
Yeah. So Mr. Nuba, go ahead, sir.
Okay. The accused has to come with his or her legal counsel
Yes.
to respond to the allegation, and the accused is coming to respond, not the legal counsel. That is my understanding. Even though I'm not a lawyer, it's like there's not a court matter. It's legislative matter. You don't come with lawyers or in a house to be answering no question for you. You are among your colleagues. Thank you.
But I'm not a lawyer, Mr. Nubo, but we just read what Mr. Wright posted, Mr. A.D. Wright posted.
You have to go and reread that. Go and reread that. That's why I want for Councilor Day it for us.
Well, this part don't need no interpretation.
No. Any interpretation.
No, it doesn't.
You and Amos Wright do not understand it.
But let me see how I can put small sense to that.
Mr. Nippy, we put a small. Let me just read that passage and I'll get hand back to you.
On the phone or looking for consultation, but
Let me read that passage and then Honorable Nippy, I'll bring you in so you can give your 2 cents.
Yeah, before the lawyer comes in, please.
Yeah. Everyone gonna talk. The lawyer gonna be the last to close this up. It says the due process. The member has the right to appear. Mr. Nubo, he has the right to appear before the committee, often with legal counsel.
Okay,
that's why I want to come in. That's why I come in.
Hold on, Mr.
Nubo. Let me come in there quickly.
It said to respond. To respond to allegation. That's what it said. To respond to allegation. Appear to respond to allegation. So when I'm saying it, why, Mr. Nippy?
I got my land councilor in a place that I see sitting down there. The country ganja, you get on there and like it. Here is what that language means. To the extent of my understanding, you say what? With. That's a preposition right there. With his lawyer is a preposition. But it did not say to plead. You see what the trick is? They did not say to plead. In or on his behalf.
You didn't get the last part of what I read. It said to respond to allegations.
Who is responding to the allegations?
The legal.
I don't know.
Who is invited? I come in, Mr. Wright. Let's ask the question. Who is invited? The person being invited to the hearing are not the lawyers. The person being invited is Christopher Nippy.
You're stopping.
But there is not a court where you have legal representation. Mr. Wright, I beg your indulgence, please. When they say, Mr. Nippy, you have the right to come with a lawyer, all they are saying there is, I must appear. That's number one. My lawyers are not going to talk to me because that is not a courthouse. It is not a court. Representation is made by lawyers. When I'm going in error, the lawyer will give me guidance how to talk, how to open up, what to say and what not to say so as not to incriminate myself.
Right.
But the lawyer cannot be in that place and say, according to section 1, chapter 2, verses 2, no. Then there will be setting an ugly and unusual precedent. That's why I cited to you, because our constitution is modeled after the U.S. Constitution.
Honorable Nippy, that sentence under due process it's not clear with who should do the responding. So since we have a lawyer here, instead of all wasting our throats, while the lawyer can come in to explain our English to us, the member
No,
has
but
the right
let's
to
talk about
appear.
ourselves. The lawyer is the professor. He will dissect it. Yeah, the lawyer is the professor of the law. So let us students talk.
There's
Let us students talk.
there's grammatical
Yeah, let us students talk. Listen, they say the controlling clause there
yeah.
is to come with a lawyer or lawyers, but it did not say who will represent you.
That
Yes.
the ambiguity in the sentence, that the ambiguity. The sentence did not outrightly spell out who should do the responding, but they said the member have the right to come with legal or team or lawyer or team, with a legal counsel to respond to the allegation. There is total grammatical ambiguity.
It's ambiguous, but if you understand that TO, who is being called to answer? It is Mr. Nepe. I am being called to answer.
When legal team accompanies you into something that has legal implication, what's their role?
It's to advise me.
Guardian.
It is to advise me.
It's not that sentence.
It is not to speak in my behalf. It is to advise me.
Y'all stop
That's
it.
how
Y'all
I'm
stop it.
saying it. But anyway, let's go to Councilor Day.
I told you people earlier that it is dangerous to have
It's
two
not a
mics
problem.
on this show here.
Okay. I want one more person to talk, and then we'll go to Mr. Nippy. Veteran Smith, they hear you, then we'll go. Sorry, we'll go to Councilor Day.
He said he's still having a hard time, but I told him to try coming on with our audio.
Can you call him?
Yeah, I called him and I texted him and he responded by text.
But can you call him and put him on speaker on your phone, and then you put it to whatever device you're using so we will be able to hear him?
Okay.
Exactly.
All right, while you doing that, let's
But
go to
Councilor Day, answer now.
yeah, we're gonna Councilor Day now. Councilor Day, come in.
Gentlemen, let's mute our mic.
Professor,
No, I'm not professor. Every one of us here, we are expert, and we are expert in our own unique way. And actually, the topic is so interesting to the extent that it will create a debate, and on any debate that even if I provide my opinion, there will be an opposite view on the other side. So, and initially when the issue started, I make a statement here earlier on that if Yeke were being my jurisdiction, I could arrest him for sedition, because the statement appears on patriotic. And I welcome the process of removal. Only from the legal point of view, I have some issue with the procedure matter upon which the legislature took the decision. A category with so many procedural flaws, and we should look at it. What we should understand, we call rule of law and rule by law. Rule of law is to follow the constitutional supremacy, constitutional safeguard in dealing with a matter before a judicial body, either judicial or quasi-judicial body, administrative body, whatsoever it may be. Like in the instance, is a legislative body exercising quasi-judicial authority. In that process, due process should be accorded with its letter and intent. That is the error that I see in the legislative proceeding. And besides that, instead of them going by rule of law, they follow by rule by law. And rule by law is exercised by authority, using the law to exercise authority. But rule of law, using the law to follow constitutional principles. Yes, due process somehow it may be followed, but when it's not followed to the letter, then it's not done at all. And the elements of due process is furnish the accused of the allegation, when you found the accused of the allegation, given an opportunity notice to appear, which I believe was done in the case, and the notice to appear that he should appear along with his lawyer. And his lawyers appear, no law, even that very rule that was started, did not limit the authority of the lawyer. When you read the constitutional provision, they said there should be no interference between clients and lawyer relationship. Lawyers and client relationship. So no law should interfere with that relationship. So for Yeke Koha, adequate representation is to give the lawyer the opportunity to defend his client. First of all, have you presented the evidence to the accused? The lawyer requested for it.
No, it didn't happen.
They didn't submit any evidence. And also, no law, read Article 2, it says any law comes, Article 2 of the Constitution, any law comes in conflict with the Constitution, whether it be a statute, treaty, whatever rules can come with the Constitution, that law is void ad initio. Meaning that law is bad from the beginning to the end. And that for the 8 that was just read, it does not limit the representation of legal counsel. The issue is the judicial body exercising quasi-judicial authority is not a police investigative body where maybe they say criminal investigation where the lawyer will accompany his client or the police doing the criminal investigation because the lawyer should not interfere with the investigation. So what he guide a client as to how to respond to the police. But when a legislative authority, a body taking quasi-judicial authority, it means the procedure going hearing should be followed. For police, lawyer will not play active role to that extent when they got the client because they are only forming an allegation. But for the one, you are making a decision to take away another person's rights. And that person's right for it to be taken, he must have adequate legal representation. In the absence of that, the decision appears to be flawed. We all want Yeke to be expelled. For me, I want him to be expelled or suspended. But this particular error, but not allowing the lawyer to adequately defend a client, interfere with the entire proceeding.
Baku, you are strong. You are strong, yeah. Baku. You are strong. You are very strong, Baku.
So that's it.
Yeah.
In so doing, in constitutional democracies, power without law is tyranny, is dictatorship. But law without fairness is injustice. You have a good cause. You may impeach him no matter how it is. You may expel him. Okay. Just give him a little opportunity. If he asks for the evidence.
Therefore, you need to reread that sentence. Okay.
Okay.
This is grammar.
Yes.
The member has the right to appear before the committee. Come on.
Mr. Nubo.
No,
the council is a supreme authority on the body. You cannot disagree with him.
Take out that often with legal counsel and read.
The council is a supreme authority on this show.
No.
Everybody has a say.
Everybody
you cannot disagree with the legal counsel.
So
I understand Mr. Numbo's strategy. His strategy is to provoke you so to provide better information.
Take out that phrase. After with legal counsel, take it out.
If you took the phrase out, then they say that it's complete. If you take the phrase out,
we are not lawyers, but we learn English. We understand English.
So everything we just say here, you want to disregard that?
Mr. Noah, let me say this. You should get it. You should get it.
Actually, has the
English?
Even the Supreme could not blunder.
Excuse me to say.
Chief Justice,
dramatically. What the lawyer explained that
let me start talking
about that Councilor Day cannot make a mistake here.
Let me say this.
The man have given you the legal procedure, the legal definition of the process. He even told you. Now he told us now if he had a change, he was going to arrest Yagakoba for the statement Yagakoba made. But he disagreed with the process.
And I mean,
Let me say this.
It's frightening.
Let me say this.
Okay, go ahead.
You want to listen with a disagreement? You know, I always love your disagreement. Your disagreement can provoke other issues because you have to use that as a strategy to expand the discussion. And if you read Article 38, that gave the horse sources the authority to formulate its own rules that to govern its affairs, it will tell you that the horse rules to justify article. It will tell you that it gave the horse to establish its own rules and to discipline its own member. But all should be in accordance with due process. What is the element of due process? As I said,
due process is
the element of due
to explain.
That one. The second one furnishing with information. The third one gave him the right to hearing. The fourth one gave him the right to adequate legal representation. The fifth one is if you do it, give him the opportunity to be cross-examined or to cross-examine the accuser. The sixth one is when everything is done, you should formulate the evidence against him. Then the sixth one is you should come up with a decision. Get with this. What happens yesterday again? They came up with a default judgment. On our law, for you to make a default judgment to be upheld, you should make an imperfect judgment perfect. Meaning, even if he walk out and you disagree with the request of the lawyer, you should have still proceeded with the matter, take evidence, make that decision, that imperfect judgment is to decide on, make it perfect, present the evidence. That person who accused you should take the witness stand and testify, and use that evidence to send it, make that evidence as part of your report. These things were not done.
Councilor Day, do you remember Senegal football team?
Yeah.
Do you remember that they took the championship from them because they walked out?
Who knows what can happen in this case? Who knows what can happen in this case?
It's similar. But this stuff that the Rule 48 that Amos Wright posted here, we need to grammatically look at it. Not legally.
I did not make that rule. I did not write that rule. I did not make that rule. I made a research and brought it to help the conversation.
The grammatical interpretation is for you.
With English,
Mr. Noble,
the grammatical
is opportunity to talk.
You keep referencing on grammar.
I don't know.
Grammar, Mr. Nebo, grammar is for you to just understand what the law says. But every law has what we call legislative intent and purpose. Before that law is made, there is some legislative intent. If we really do legislative history, you know that every law that is made, it have a note, it have a record, it have a proceeding, minutes are taken. Like when you talk about representation not be you carry lawyer to stay and say no.
Post
the
intent here. Post the intent here. Like just
This is what the law says. Before you take off someone's right and sit as a quasi-judicial body, it means that proceeding is quasi-judicial. So if you follow all elements of judicial proceeding, that's why there's not dual trial. That's why it's not trial. But you will take evidence. You will take evidence. You will cross-examine the person. If there are any objection, the lawyer will raise it.
Yes.
And your decision is subject to review.
I mean, how can you say
from the plenary to whatever body issue? There is not a political question. When due process is required, constitutional violation is there. It's not a political question that anyone could limit that you say that political issue, so let's limit it. because the political question does not or a constitutional issue.
No.
Constitutional issue. The political question is they have the authority to investigate. The political issue is they have the authority to investigate. They have the authority to make decision. But the legal issue is if making a decision, do not take away someone's right without giving a due process.
The
That's
other
it.
question is, were you, Councillor Day,
Yeah.
or Archie Wright and Amos Wright pushing Yaka Koruba to say that land on the Liberia side of the river no belong to them?
No.
Because I mean, tonight you're beating your chest. So it
No.
looks like you people is a game that you're playing here tonight.
No, that's so.
Before we are.
Do you know what are you on?
Is Mr. Nipper here?
All right, one second, Council, 1 second before you come in. I just want to read. I want to read the comment section a little bit. So you got Ma Miata Stella Heron, asking you, Mr. Nubo, you lawyer or you English teacher?
I won't claim to be lawyer, but I know the Queen's language to the tip of my fingers.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Mr. Demo, this is our government.
No answer. I know the Queen's language, and nobody should mess with it in front of me. I'll make them seek their level, like I'm doing to Archie Wright or Amos Wright and Councillor Day.
That's what they-
No,
The only thing you are doing, Mr. Numbo, the only thing you are doing, Mr. Numbo, you are forcefully disagree.
Yes. And Mr. Wright, he is doing it territorially.
And break it too.
Mr. Nemo,
Yes.
please tell the grammatical issue that we are not understanding on a legal representation. Why there that I don't understand?
No, take out, eliminate that phrase with a legal counsel and read that.
Yeah.
Read that.
Yeah, legal counsel means legal representation. So what do you mean?
Legal representation of, it said come on with a
Mhm.
legal representation, come on.
Yeah.
Don't
Mhm.
respond.
No.
Don't respond. Don't
Let me tell
respond.
you.
To respond is referencing the person who is accused. It's not the legal counsel. That's
Let
why
me tell you.
I want you to take from here tonight.
What do you mean by legal counsel? I don't understand.
You're scratching your head.
Let me tell
That's
you.
what I want for you to take from here tonight. I don't know what
No.
Mr. Nippe had to say. Let
We
Mr.
will.
Let Mr.
No,
Nippe.
I will speak after Mr. Wright. After the councillor has spoken, Mr. Wright has spoken, then I think it will be my turn.
We will save the day, and we don't want to mislead the public. That be clear. Legal counsel, legal representation is just a one word.
Yes.
A legal counsel doesn't mean that you represent that you are a counsel for the institution for the legislature. No, it means a legal counsel for that public citizen or for that legislator. It could be a legal representation for that individual they accused. And the issue is the plain letter rule or representation of every lawyer is to provide adequate defense of the client. And in doing so, it's not for you to remain silent. You can remain silent to provide your defense. Your issue is in cross-examining your client, you have right to object to so unnecessary and intimidating questions. These opportunities were never provided yesterday. So what the essence of you asking to bring a lawyer to sit and observe? Is he an observer? Then go call the Equa Parliament to come and sit. Or go call MRU Parliament to sit. You sit for a lawyer.
I say
That lawyer should be represented. That is the error. And this is our government. We don't want any flaw.
Councillor,
Anything like
I know your researcher, Archie Wright, is in the library, making research.
no, you make a research for me.
Even
I'm
though
providing.
Even though I'm not
Abu-
lawyer, come and respond to.
Okay.
But that
Maybe
sentence,
when they pay one kind, that when they pay
that
coming.
sentence,
Yeah,
take
Mr.
the
Nubo,
legal representation from there. That
Mr.
sentence.
Nubo,
So,
Mr. Nubo.
How
yeah.
can you take out that part of the sentence when the entire
No,
sentence expresses the thought?
that is grammar.
Yeah,
That
what I'm
is
saying, so
grammar for you.
the
to
sentence is a
understand
two-part
what
sentence.
You have to
The
take it out
sentence-
to understand what it is saying in English.
The sentence is a
language.
two-part sentence. If you remove one in the context, you reduce the meaning.
No. You put that one.
Yes.
Two people, three of you. I don't understand.
It's a two-part
I don't
sentence,
understand
Mr. Nemo. If you
Do I have to
remove one
define-
part,
Three
you
of
reduce
do
the
not
overall
understand the
meaning of that
sentence.
sentence. And the
Should I have to
chapters-
define what is legal representation?
I don't
Do you
think
want
that
the
where he's
definition of
going.
Do you want the definition of legal representation?
Mr.
Legal
Nemo,
I don't know
representation?
what legal representation is. I'm not saying
Okay, let me
that.
no for the
legal
public sake.
representation
For the
is-
public sake, let me
Also,
define it.
No, you asked
Mr.
me a
Rice,
question.
Mr.
I'm
Rice,
responding to your
I
question.
post something on the intent of that particular Rule 48 and Article 38 combining two. Look in the chat.
Okay.
Look,
Legal
they,
rep- legal
go ahead,
legal
Council.
representation. Legal representation is, that in simple term, is a lawyer, a competent lawyer speaking or acting through his client. He's there to give legal advice and strategy to his client. He also is a lawyer that present argument, present evidence in questions, and challenge any procedures. These are the three basic issues of legal representation. In other words, it's a qualified lawyer that act on behalf of a person in a quasi-judicial proceeding or judicial proceeding to protect their rights, present their case, and ensure fairness.
And
What
those
I
are the
define
things
here.
they don't want to hear from the Supreme Court. Those are the things they didn't want to hear from the Supreme Court. That's why they didn't honor that injunction.
Councillor Day.
That will be another debate subsequently, because they will still appear, and the Supreme Court had the judicial review authority to review any act
Okay.
that has to do with judicial review, with investigation. Yeah.
Okay, Councillor Day. I
Yeah,
believe
Chief.
you were in this US of A before.
I pass around it. I pass the other side.
Okay, if the House of Representatives or the Senate call you, you commit something that they feel that is unethical or illegal. When they call you and you go with your lawyer is to advise you not to incriminate yourself.
I disagree.
The lawyer is not there to be answering questions or this and that. That's
I
how
disagree.
it works here. And
You should read.
I'm very surprised. Junior Councillor Archie Wright is here.
You just telling people title, my man.
I gotta be on your title. Yes.
No,
So
my
when you read-
here's my point.
You will have not
Yes,
made
my
your
point.
case.
Mr.
Okay.
Nugo.
Co-host,
Go by
Yes,
remote,
ma'am.
remote comments.
Mr. Co-host,
Yes.
I beg to leave. Something is calling me out, and I have to run there.
Oh,
I'll join the show tomorrow night.
Okay, Mr.
run
Wright. Appreciate it.
away,
Appreciate it.
man. Though.
Call it any kind of way. Thank you, Council. Call it anything, Mr. Nubo. Brother veteran. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
All right.
I know
Yes,
the-
sir.
I know the,
Tomorrow, sir.
Councillor Day will soon run
Oh,
away.
well, have a blessed night.
Too.
I also run away.
No. Here's my own take on that. Councillor Day succinctly and in a more clarifying way, explain every word, every sentence, every paragraph of the rules, both 48 and 38, to a layman understanding. I can understand Mr. Nuba objection, but objection doesn't mean that the clarity were not provided. Enough clarity was provided such that anybody, you don't need to go to law school to hear that to be able to understand what the council said. It was very clear.
Okay.
You cannot invite somebody to come with a lawyer and he said the lawyer shouldn't talk. It's not the way you do learning. And you say you're running a hearing. Like the council said, it was a quasi court. You open a hearing there, so you should follow due process. They didn't do it. And so that, council, my question out to you is, if they're going to go to the Supreme Court, if they go to the Supreme Court, can the Supreme Court tell them, so you'll have to reinstate Yeke Koluba? Can the Supreme Court do that?
What the Supreme Court cannot do, as I said earlier on the issue of political question. But I don't want to preempt the Supreme Court decision. It will be contentious enough when anyone follow and make and hear my opinion, my opinion on this platform.
Okay.
And what I will tell you, Supreme Court has judicial review power to review any act going for an investigation that had to take someone right from them.
Yeah.
And that's why, when people want to say some issue, first of all, there are several constitutional principles that give Supreme Court some authority to review some action of other branches of government. First of all, you understand the issue of the check and balance. The check and balance that it means each branch of government should be able to check on the other branch as to how they exercise their authority. That's why when you look at constitutional democracy at any point in time, almost every branch of government exercises one another function. In the very Supreme Court, when they make decisions that in the process of rulemaking, that in the process of lawmaking, because case law has already been established. But let me say that the Supreme Court is a final arbiter, and is a higher authority to interpret the Constitution. Mm-hmm. So when the Constitution is being violated, they had a right to review. Whether they will reinstate Yeke Koluba or not, they will see whether the decision taken is not a decision of a political question, but the decision derived from a litigation or an investigation that will take away someone's rights. So the Supreme Court will decide to make that determination. But the Supreme Court had a right to review, as I have been reading other lawyer posts and other lawyer comments, that the issue is purely political and the Supreme Court had no business with the issue. It's not where it is. It's not at a stage where someone cries before the Supreme Court that their right has been violated. The Supreme Court may say, go back and look at the guy, say his right to be violated, you'll continue proceeding for them. The Supreme Court cannot stop someone from being expelled. But if you want to expel the person, you should follow the law governing the process. That's all. It's where the Supreme Court will may likely speak on. I'm not saying whether the Supreme Court will affirm that decision or overturn the decision is left with the justice chamber and people hear the Supreme Court.
So now, the acts are hit the head of the person whom you said we have been arrested for sedition. Mm-hmm. And granted that all of those steps were not executed. Granted that the lawyer didn't talk. Granted that the procedural steps did not take place. Do you see any way forward or what could be done? Is there any remedy you think will happen? And if we go back to the Fonati case, how does the Supreme Court come in now to see if they can resolve it, even though you have a new Chief Justice?
The Fonati case, there were two decisions. Mm-hmm. The first decision, when you read the first decision objectively, you know that it was issue of Fonati. But this is a simple elementary on our law. The executive interpret the law. the judicial and the judicial interpret the law, the executive enforce the law, and the legislature makes the law. Judicial is there to interpret. But if the executive choose not to enforce the law, it leave with them. I think you observe any snow case, the majority block and the minority block, Regina and Central Monrovia. Do you know that the Supreme Court ruled in favor of snow? But was it enforced? No. The will of the majority prevailed. But it became a case law, it became a precedent. It became a precedent. They said that because Eddie Snow was never given due process, and the majority there were him on a default judgment, and that default judgment does not follow constitutional procedure. So therefore, that decision is void. But what they overlooked the Supreme Court decision, and instilled new speaker, and Eddie Snow later on choose to sack off. What Eddie Snow received is he got justice from the Supreme Court. But whether he benefit from the justice, it led with the executive that the executive should enforce what the judicial had interpreted. That's what that done with Funati. I heard the decision that was made, the government who enforced the law at the time, there'll be no second decision. So it's what the politics will mix with the law.
Funati got his money now.
Okay, I don't know, but
he got to go school.
You got him because for one good thing that Supreme Court will do, Supreme Court will maintain the constitutionality, doctrine, or whatever action that may be taken by anybody, no matter whatever it takes, they will interpret the law. It left with the executive to help to enforce it. That's why the Supreme Court cannot enforce its own judgment.
Please,
Counsel, there's a number of coming.
You don't want to answer. Do you
Mr.
trust
before you come
the
in?
Supreme Court?
Counsel,
Yeah.
I'll follow the point in the comment there. Can the Supreme Court hold, or I don't know, but I don't want to answer. You're the legal person. Can the Supreme Court hold the legislature in contempt? Send it, they didn't go to the court.
Each branch of government may hold one another in contempt. Each branch of government may hold one another in contempt. I think there was one president before, one legislator, so that were held in contempt before. I think one of the cases, the legislature at one of the issues, it may, but what we heard that they took their action with the purpose that they had not received any communication from the Supreme Court, or no communication have reached it. So the contempt may not really be the basis that until the only way Supreme Court will hold it in contempt when it is stoppage. Yes, Supreme Court can hold the legislature in contempt. In contempt, alone you defy the same way the legislature can hold the executive and anyone from the judicial in contempt, similar can happen. That's why the check and balance doctrine is there. Because no one branch of government should impede the function of another branch. And no one branch of government should undermine one another. But in this case, I would not say to hold it in contempt because I don't know. What the justification that premise on the decision made is that there were no communication received by the House. Even when there's a notice of service, probably it will not serve on the appropriate individual. So I may not rush to say that they will hold it in contempt. But there's a condition, a certain instant, when the court is being disobeyed, they will hold it in contempt. I agree, most justices will be afraid of being impeached because of some political reason. But if a justice stand his ground and have the reason to believe that the actions, the responding action undermines the authority of the court, it is contemptuous enough, they will.
This is a follow-up. And if they do, let's assume, or let's just say they do, define the legislature branch to be in contempt of the court order. What happens next, counsel? What happens if the court find the legislature to be in contempt?
No, I may not preempt any decision. No, the contempt, I believe the contempt is not increasing.
You having a precedent of this?
No question.
I will not be specific. I will do one or two research, But when the Supreme Court holds and hold the legislator in contempt, I don't think it's a contempt that will resolve to terms of imprisonment. No.
But
Maybe it will just
can't you go with Tai Wongbo's suggestion that let's eliminate the whole House of Representatives, even though he represents us at ECOWAS Parliament?
That moment, I believe he spoke out of emotions. He spoke out of emotion because when you eliminate that legislature, there's no government.
That is childish.
There is no government.
But that's what I'm saying. That's what I said earlier. That's what I said earlier, that when a person or people lack experience in governance, they will make mistake. It's like you're saying, I'm in the house, but let the caterpillar break the house down on me. You will get affected. He will not be at the ECOWAS. So you see, I thank you very much for saying that acting in emotion. But let me come to the question I want to ask.
I have a question.
Councillor, let me ask Councillor Day one question and you can come in. Councillor Day.
Yeah.
A precedent has been set as of the instance that the lawyer was at the House of Representatives. The accused was at the House of Representatives. The accused lawyer was not heard to defend the accused, and the decision was to expel him. That has caused for me to understand that a precedent has been set. Don't you think in the future, if any such case came about, they will go that same route because they have already established a precedent?
Yeah, because the precedent what we term as stare decisis is one of the business Supreme Court rely on to make future decisions. So when there's a precedent, they use the precedent. When that precedent had not been recalled by the same very Supreme Court, they use it to determine future litigation or future issues that may appear before it. Because the precedent is the way how the Supreme Court interpret the law. And that interpretation of the law.
I'm talking specifically in the Yeke case at the House of Representatives.
Like when Supreme Court reversed
the second time, a similar precedent has been established. In Fanati case, they did not recognize the court's decision. In this case, the stay, they did not recognize the court decision. So a precedent has been set in the legislature. So that any future case that comes,
there are only two cases. As in our case, they didn't recognize the court decision.
Exactly.
How they call it? Suno case, they recognize the court decision. Even George Joel, the NTRA, National Transitional Legislator at the time, they didn't recognize the court decision. As in our, they recognize the court decision. So this issue is the court decide. The only issue on as in our case is that. As in our case, the Supreme Court said the most issue that appear was political questions, was not issue that talk about constitutional violation. So it balanced the decision. But almost all the decisions that were made by the Supreme Court were never recognized. Who responsible? It is the executive that's already enforced the law. Because when this decision is being interpreted, and when the respondent cannot adhere to the decision, the executive has to enforce it. You enforce it by
compliance. I have a serious problem with the rule of law in Liberia, then, Council.
How?
I mean, based on what you just said, the Supreme Court has been ignored over and over, time and again. Look at how many cases you cited. You cited about 4 cases.
Definitely so. There are 4 cases that the Supreme Court make a decision in line with the rule of law, but the decisions were now respected by the respondents' body. And there are other ways for executive to enforce decisions, especially decisions made against the legislator, is not just to hold the imprisonment. We hold the budget. Who other things that you put over, like you withhold it until they comply with that decision and release it out. But Supreme Court when they tell you what the law is and just It's whether you expect or not, enforcement though it left with the executive to help the enforcement, not the Supreme Court.
True.
That's why when you look at the structure, of the court, within the lower court to the circuit court, you have the sheriff. Sheriff are not judicial employee; they are employee of the Ministry of Justice, and they are there to enforce the decision of the court. At the level of the marshal of the Supreme Court, marshal and deputy marshals, before they used to be on the Ministry of Defense. The marshal general, the Supreme Court marshal was used to be paid under the Ministry of Defense, recruited by the Ministry of Defense, and serve the court, including the deputy marshal. But for now, for now, they are under the judiciary. But by priority reason, marshal on the Ministry of Defense, they are able to enforce Supreme Court decision not only on the land, but I'm married with the cases involving land of matter of the sea, many vessels related issues where there's some piracies. These are the role of the marshal to enforce Supreme Court decision, and the marshal that the one that assigned to the Supreme Court to enforce other decisions on behalf of the judicial. But how will the marshal enforce? They have a decision. The enforcement should be the executive should open it out to enforce the Supreme Court decisions.
Okay, let's bring Smith and see you ask a question.
Yeah, I have two questions. My first question, for you to distinguish the Speaker Honor Kofa and Speaker Kuhn. Both of them, if the Supreme Court deal with both, the body elected Speaker Kuhn, that was corrected based on the Supreme Court. They went through it, people participated, and Speaker Kuhn became Speaker. So looking at the challenges that we had in the divided house on a Kofa, quite different from this body that the Supreme Court is dealing with. So looking at some of the challenges that happen on a Kofa and looking at this body investigating its own member, where the Supreme Court have ordered both parties to come in front of them. Now, on a Kofa, it was quite different. Now, with Kuhn calling both parties, do you think that what led to the expulsion yesterday, because they're standing their ground as a neutral, as a body, the legislature, the House, looking outside, felt that they heard that it was calling and they went on with the investigation yesterday, and they took a decision. They have counts that was made. I hope Mr. Wright can put on the counts that they expel Yeke for, so it can be stated. And they had an open forum where people participated in the vote to legitimize the expulsion. So going back to this, will it be necessary for them to go to the Supreme Court on Tuesday for Supreme Court to look in that matter? Or if it has stayed where they have not gone through the expulsion, that would be a ground to go in front of the Supreme Court. You think they will accept now that they have given the expulsion? Go back to the Supreme Court on Tuesday?
Between you and myself, no matter what decision comes for the Supreme Court, the husband may not accept it.
We finish.
They will not accept it because they cannot. They are already made a decision. If prior to the investigation, the hearing, they are made their mind all ready to expel the individual, the subject individual, and the Supreme Court, if someone who not have granted prohibition, when it's only restrict or limit itself, when it only limit itself to expelling its own member. The reason Supreme Court intervened is because one of the members during the proceeding felt that one of his rights or his right has been violated, so that's why he sought redress before the Supreme Court. So the Supreme Court is now asking them to appear before it to stop the entire process, but to review what Honorable Yeka was complaining about, that he was not giving adequate legal representation. Is what is before the Supreme Court. Is the question before the Supreme Court is not about why is he being expelled or what the legislature want to expel him. No. That authority is with the legislative branch, and the Supreme Court cannot question that authority of the legislature if they want to expel their own member. The reason the Supreme Court was invited or the Supreme Court tried to intervene is the member to be expelled or the member that already been expelled went to it and say, yes, Supreme Court, they say I have done something and they trying to expel me. I don't have power. But the issue is, during the process, one of my rights was violated. So I want you to look into it. And that rights fall under the Constitution. And you have the authority to do judicial review on constitutional matter. That's what Yeke is there for. It's not to question the legislative body as to whether they're going to expel Yeke or not. No. The issue is Yeke went to the court that his right was abused. So he wants that right to be upheld. That's why it is. But with the decision already been made, even the Supreme Court reverse it as to that go back on status quo and follow the due process. To be you myself, the legislator from precedent cases, they will not adhere to that. I believe so. Except maybe if there are other intervention. Yeke has already been expelled and he expelled. The only thing they want to set the record is that let the Supreme Court say something about the process so that it may not happen next time.
My second question would be, they have already put the matter in the hand of our justice system, the justice to take course to further additional law in favor of the ruling of the legislature. So on Tuesday, will the justice minister go at that hearing, or will it be because they have already put the justice minister to take precedence of the expulsion? Who will go? Will be the justice minister or the speaker that will go represent the legislative body? And if they carry proof, that fairness was given to Yeke and he walked out of the place, so what will happen in that case?
The justice minister will not represent the legislator. The legislator had their own legal counsel. So is the speaker and his representative will appear before the court. And what is before the court is prohibition, meaning prohibition will lie. When an action was to be made by a subordinate body or by another body, and that decision had not been made, you run to the court to prohibit that decision. But once Yeke did, he went ahead before the decision was already made. So it means the prohibition proceeding still pending. It's still pending. So if the any representation it will be the speaker and those concerned to the legal representative of the House, and other lawyers may represent it, but not the Minister of Justice. It's not about executive matter. That's why the Minister of Justice is the lawyer for the Republic, but not the legislature. The legislature had their own lawyer and who will represent them.
But the reason I asked that, because it has stripped him for all his rights. And that's where the justice minister come in. The cars, all properties that belongs to the government, the justice minister should proceed. And then
The justice minister is not committed before the Supreme Court, as I said, because the prohibition was filed before how they call it, the decision was made. And that decision is the decision that called for the justice minister to act. The justice minister had not acted. So anything that if the justice minister will appear to provide some kind of legal opinion to the court, I'm making sure, meaning the friend of the court, to guide the court in the process. When the justice minister who are acted, then the minister who are form part of the party, And the capture of the case does not reflect anything regarding the Ministry of Justice. So the Ministry of Justice has no basis to appear there, except the capture include the Ministry of Justice as second respondent. But what we know that is the only one respondent, meaning the legislative branch and those acting under the authority of the Speaker. That's it.
All right, Councillor Day.
Yeah, Jay.
I have one question in two folds. That Mr. Yeke Kwaloba has been expelled. When you are expelled from a company or a school, you cannot re-register in that school, whether you come as John Doe or Peter Paul.
Yeah.
Is there a possibility for Mr. Yeke to go for, say, the 2029 election as a member of the House of Representatives or as a senator for any county? Once expelled.
We're in our chat room. Three lawyers all were debating it on the same issue, and with the lawyers with the view that for the by-election, Yeke may not be eligible to contest because like some was saying he may recontest. I said, but how will you expel someone? And before the legislature declare the vacant opening, they will communicate within 90 days. They will communicate with NEC and say we have a vacant opening, and they will give the reason that cause the vacancy to be open. So to be the seat to be vacant. So that reason is stated. Automatically disqualify Yeke to contest for the by-election. For 2026 for 2029. Mind you, we are talking about 53 legislators. Is it 54 or 53?
I think it's a 53.
Yeah, okay. 53. So another 2029 will be another branch of legislator, out of 54 or 55, whatever it is. So he is only expelled by the 53 legislators, and within the 53 legislator session, he may not seek re-election. But for 2029, it's another legislative adequate session that he may, because the expulsion now only limit to the time that he should accompany by that session. But we all, as lawyers, were discussing the chat room because there's no definite precedent on that. So we're only discussing it using rationale, because in the absence of law, under the doctrine of legal positivism, you use legal rationalism. So we try to base it on that it is, but there's no specific laws that will speak to that effect.
So you cannot look at it from a school when John is expelled from that school, he cannot come back to that school. And the legislator the Capitol building is a house. And when a member is expelled from that house, what are the chances that that member can come back in any form, shape, and manner? Can he come back as a representative, or could he come back as a senator?
Information. So the current legislature is the 55th.
55th, eh?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
So let's put it in the context of looking at the body. The body is the House of Representatives or Senate. Can he come back?
And it's a constitutional issue that will need some kind of interpretation. And yeah, for one to evolve for political position, you will pass through other processes, and in doing so, other preliminary processes before filing your intent to the legislators. And assuming if he is not challenged, myself, and NEC accept him, then so he wins. No one can challenge a legitimacy. But
so if you were to challenge him through NEC,
yeah, definitely so. You got to challenge him through NEC. And two, if you challenge through NEC and NEC qualifies him to contest for 2029, either as senator or as representative, you cannot also raise an issue. That's why the argument is
Right
who suspend him? Who suspend him? Is the 55th?
Yes, that is my
Suspend
point.
him.
I will come into.
Is not the 56 or 50 whatever who suspend him. Yeah. So he had already been expelled for that particular legislative section or ever period. So that my party of reason for the other group of lawyers who were chatting in the chat room doing that debate about ourselves. What other group also bought the view that you just said that let's take it as a school or let's take it as an institution. When the institution suspend you and expel you, mean you are expelled forever. But there's another stage. If you expel me from this school, the same way the party of reasoning will run so that you expel me from the school of 54 legislators, I can say he wrote at the school of the 55th legislator. Session House. I think you get my rationale. But there has been no precedent. There have been no precedent. And there'll be a legal issue when it comes. And Yeke, I believe he will already raise that issue. Maybe from that precedent, we'll learn other things from other.
Mr. Noah, we're not hearing you. You're muted.
The reason why I asked that question is that since 1847, we have had
Your connection is
no
bad.
such precedent where someone has been expelled, and that same person being expelled can come back to the very house that he was thrown out of. That's why I asked the question.
Yeah, I want to ask you that on Nepe. I believe you know some history. The detour, the Omen,
I mean, I got to
contest
the question here. You hear me?
for legislative position because he was expelled 1920 by the House.
Yeah.
Detour. So and afterward, whether he vied for any presidential or other position as expelled member of the House.
That's the point I'm bringing. Because I recall Detour being expelled from the House of Representatives. And whenever he made an attempt to go back there, he was not eligible. And even when he wanted to contest in 1948 election, that one they ran after him. And he had to go on the cover of darkness to go to Sierra Leone.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm bringing this point up, because the question at the time still remains valid, because the precedent was set in the 1920s that Detour, like Yeke, was expelled. So he could neither contest the presidency nor go back into the House. And as a direct result of that expulsion and all of the things that came, the appendages of the election, he had to leave from Liberia. So that's why I'm bringing it in, because I'm sure that question will be revisited when Yeke puts his foot into the arena to be elected again. And having set that precedent with Detour, I think his chances of going back into the House, whether it is 73, 78, 90, I think it will not happen. That's why I brought that particular question in.
Okay. Well, actually, I see it differently. I see it differently from the perspective that the House that suspend him, he may not come back for re-election in that same very hard session.
But let me interject. Councilor, let me interject right there.
Yeah.
We are speaking on a 1920 case of Detour. Following the expulsion from the House of Representatives in 1920, Detour made several attempts. And when he could not enter the House of Representatives, he decided to go for the presidency. Then Todman said, oh, well, you cannot enter in a small chair. That a big chair you want to sit on, I'm run after you. And so he went. The precedent is there. The 1920 precedent is there. Therefore, I'm of the stronger conviction, given that precedent and the fact that you lawyers always thrive on precedent, and courts always go on precedent. If that were to come into the fore, the chances of Yeke going back would be slim. How do you speak to that?
Yes, that's why I said earlier on First of all, the D12 incident depends on the political climate. You have quote unquote one party rule at a time. And D12 was the radical voice at that time. So we nothing changed to now is almost we are talking about a century down. So there's a different political climate that we are in. So and there's one and then there's one we have there's a kind of multi-party democracy where you may expect that the same party that is in power now may likely not be in power 2029, depending on the situation. And this is another government that will be seated, new government that will be placed on an oath. So, I mean, new government is not about the president will be changed or replaced, whatever, but along the president is reaffirming his oath in 2029. It will be reaffirming his oath in 2029. It means it's a different government other than the 2004 or 2024 or 2023 government or the 2028 government. So I have a full belief.
Right there. With you there, friends.
Mr. Nippy, let me throw a question in there. Mr. Nippy,
Let me hold you right there. I got a question in my mind. Let me ask you. What is a precedent? A precedent is an occurrence of an event or a happening which people can always refer to. I'm putting it in the layman's term because everybody in the radio land will now understand the word precedent. But if a conduct has been passed on in 1930, in the specific case of D12, which is 86 years ago, that precedent, as it were, the case of murder, the case of robbery, once the case has come to court or gone to court, or as in this case, gone to the House of Representatives, the precedent is there. Okay. So it doesn't necessarily mean that when John Doe Coleman comes into power, Mr. Colbach will come back, because there is a precedent already that this man here is not good for the House of Representatives. This man was expelled. And the same thing happened to Twer. And you lawyers, you lawyers and judges, you will always cut cases based on established precedent.
Precedents are being used, interpreted when it fits the current situation. Otherwise, it can be recalled. And those precedents, we will not call it precedents now as per legal context. We may call it custom and practice. Custom and practice. Meaning it has been the practice in the practice in the 20s to the 30s to the 40s and 50s, whatever it is. But one thing is, what qualifies you to contest under the Constitution? The one thing that qualifies you must read the age limit. You must be a Liberian citizen. Yeah. You must meet the residency clause and meet other constitutional requirements. But what would disqualify you is, like in the instant case, if your cat is being arrested and convicted of act of sedition or treason, you understand? Because meaning he may be disqualified, not only that he was removed, but because he had been convicted of a criminal offense.
Yes.
You also may have lost certain kind of privilege or constitutional requirement, like honor the code of conduct, that other conduct that the code of conduct the one may use against him, honor the code of conduct that may also disqualify him. Lastly, all the election law by him or forbade him for not contesting. Our law auditing has not established under our law, it does not exist. He still qualifies to contest 2029.
So granted that is
no. Mr. Nippy, let me ask my question. I beg you.
All right, I gave in.
Okay, because this is where I'm going, Counsel. You stated rightfully that this man was not given the due process. So what it means is that he did not violate as far as we know, he didn't violate any constitutional provision.
Mhm.
When he goes to register to run in the election, he's going to NEC. NEC is not going to look at the horse's rule. NEC is going to look at the Constitution. Has Mr. Yeke Koluba violated any provision within the Constitution that render him ineligible to contest in this election? They're not going to go to the horse's rule. That's the point I'm trying to raise. And I am so glad that the council went over that. I just wanted to say the council.
So if I may interject, please.
Go ahead, sir. But let Mr. Nubo, can we hear you now?
How come Nuwo being
We can't hear him.
No,
We can't hear him.
I'm trying to build a platform for Mr. Nubo to come. You know that N
We
and
still
N.
can hear you, Mr. Nubo. We still can hear you. Yeah.
But
All right,
talking.
Granted. Okay. If he were to be sent to court, which I think is likely to happen, because Councillor Day is on the set and has emphatically said, if we had the authority, you're going to arrest him for sedition. And sedition, by definition, is a felony crime. So granted that he is put before the court, arraigned before the criminal court, and he's brought down guilty, the possibility of returning to that house is moot.
I agree with you on that one. Absolutely
I
agree.
agree.
Okay.
I agree with you on that one.
Because I see on that's why I said earlier that the horizon of Mr. Yeke Koluba is not clear. Because when one step is taken and put you into the danger zone, it's like you are in the claws of the lion. Your ability to get, unless you are something that the only way you will get out. And I see that young man is between the claws of the Liberian lion. And unless those claws shall have been removed and the teeth cannot bite and little justice cannot bite him, he will be consumed. If little justice has the requisite claws and the teeth. Because I am of the stronger conviction that Mr. Yeke Koluba, the fact that they expel him is tantamount to running him through the justice system. And were that to happen, he will be incarcerated. And once he's incarcerated, it never goes back to the House of Representatives. I think those are the pegs. Those are the pegs that are put into place. What do you think about that, Councillor Day?
Yes, I agree with you. What issue we should get? There are some Christian words we should take into consideration. Expulsions is different from disqualification. Yeke is expelled from the internal legislative politics, but he is not disqualified to hold any position. Until
No,
what
if
you have
you
said.
want to court, you'll be disqualified as a criminal.
Yeah, I
beg to differ. I beg to differ.
Now we can hear you. Now we can hear you.
I have to come back to the original.
Yeah, when he go to maybe when he goes to court and convicted, he automatically will be disqualified.
Yeah, Councillor Day.
Yeah,
I
Chief.
am the principal of Sagikoli Town High School, SKT in Bond County. You and Honorable Nepe are in the 10th grade. You violated the rules, and I expel you two of you, what we call NTRO. Do you feel that when you get in the 12th grade, you can come back to SKT High School, so you go to Town High School? No, it will not happen. And then, I don't see your argument. I don't see I don't see.
Mr.
No,
Dugo,
I think we're mixing. I think we're
No,
mixing.
no,
We're
Mr.
mixing.
Dugo,
no, like
We're
that.
mixing apple and
I
oranges in this
want to
one.
support you. I want to give you more grease.
We are
I want to give
mixing
you something.
apple and oranges on this one.
I want to give you something.
Just definitely
mixing
got apple and oranges and porridge.
Give me something. Give me cold
Councilor
water.
Councilor Day, even though we will have been expelled, honor you, but if Mr. Colley
you
goes
are
there
ex-
as a new principal, we can
expelled.
go back to the school. You understand that?
NTR.
Yeah, and
No. No, this is what we are mixing.
that,
We see the school question, the school precedent, or the school scenario.
On D12.
My question to you, Honorable.
Why we can't use it?
Here is my question. When you expel an individual from a particular school, does it mean you forbid him from not going to school further?
no.
No.
Meaning,
But he
we are
expelled from that school. He will never return to that
meaning
school. Yeka
the school is
expelled from
the school.
House of
The school is on
Representatives.
education.
If he want to go and be a member of the House of Representatives of CLNU, he can do that.
So let me ask you again.
Councilor,
When you-
mixing apple and
When
oranges.
you are dismissed, that go to honor executive. When you are dismissed as a director or minister, does it mean that you cannot take on another position when another government comes?
We are talking about the House. We are talking about the
No.
legislature.
So that's what we are talking about. We are talking about expulsion and disqualification.
President can put you in a different position.
That's why it
But
is.
not in the House.
So
Not in the Senate.
Yeke is not disqualified from politics. He is disqualified from as being member of the House. Yeke was never elected by those that expelled him. Yeke was elected by the people. That's why the Constitution, even I have one or two issues with. In other words, for a legislator to be removed, we believe it should meet the consent of the constituent that removed him and that elected him. But it is not what the law says. It's not what the law says. So Yeke still have a base. Yeke not be disqualified. He's not a convict. He's not being by election law. He's not being barred by election law. Neither did he violate any issue except the horse standing rule. It's so good that they dropped the charges or the allegation of him making regular statement regarding the Guinea border issue. No, they said it's there with him because he's keep misbehaving, he keep violating the rules that govern them. That's what he was expelled for. Unless Yeke is charged and convicted, 2029 is not possible for him. Otherwise, when you leave it as it is, like you impeach, like let's look at honorable cabinet general issue. Do you know that cabinet general can still be appointed as justice or associate justice? He was impeached, but even the government came, he struck up.
Yeke become president.
No, I'm saying, do you know that nothing forbade impeached cabinet generals to be reappointed as justice or justice of the Supreme Court? Because why? Because after he was impeached, we did not prosecute him. That will lead to a conviction. Look at the current president of the United States.
You are praying that we should prosecute Yeke Koruba.
Yeah. The current president of the United States, Donald Trump. Are you aware that Donald Trump was impeached?
Hello, I know about that. I know about Donald Trump.
So he was not disqualified from politics. Donald Trump was not disqualified from politics.
You want for the Justice Ministry to prosecute Yeke Koruba. That's why you are saying. I thought you were on the man's side. And you are putting him in a deeper water.
I don't want Yeke side to be frank for the one. I don't want his side.
You are not giving him a good advisor.
My issue is
You are not
the
giving
legislators, they're not getting due process.
That is
From
the issue.
what you are saying, next week or the week after, Justice Ministry can come and charge Yeka Koruba with treason.
No, but
And
Councillor
would be
Dave
in a different territory.
Councillor Dave kicked off this conversation when he said if he had the authority, he would charge Mr. Koluba. He's not former legislator Koluba with sedition. He said that.
Right.
So whether the law
And now
is
he's
going
running away
to no, he's not running away. He only differ with the process, the procedure process. That's what he's been saying. You had a lawyer present. You said the member come with lawyer. You didn't get a lawyer chance. The man supposed to speak.
Oh,
He could not speak.
The lawyer had no.
You didn't present. I'm coming, Councillor Day. Let me say, Councillor Day. You didn't get a man any evidence. There was not evidence gathered. That's what you're saying.
You just called him for him to sit there and look.
You just call a man. The man might be bobo.
Honorable Nippy, why when they arrest you in Ivory Coast, when they arrest you, they don't ask you questions?
No, I don't
Because they
from
never
Liberia.
arrest a lawyer. They have to detain you.
The Africa use the equal system, meaning the opposite. They are always opposite to our own. Africa say you are guilty until proven innocent. We say you are innocent until proven guilty.
Yeah,
so two different legal systems.
And are two different countries.
Two different countries as well.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. But I think Councillor Dino makes the whole point tonight.
Okay.
No, how you say that?
I think
They had a home run on the team, a big home run.
Now, my Oma will know agree with me. I trust him.
And it is good. It is good. The other right away, and I mean, gradually, actually, right will soon run away.
My phone is shutting down. My phone is shutting down. Oh my God!
Mr. Nipper, come about with a food taking my people.
So Veteran Smith and myself will be here. Or are you running away?
I was running away too as well because I haven't you.
I mean, you can't stand it. This old man here.
No, the old man too powerful.
Away from the old man.
The old man is so powerful.
The old man don't want to accept the legal doctrine. You want us to accept the doctrine of men.
Oh man, we should understand that the equitable doctrine. Why you do unto other, the other should do, and you should why you expect other to do unto you, should do unto other. Like you said, you there sitting as a legislator, they have a complaint against you. They have a complaint against you. You sit there, they inform you with one evidence. You bring your lawyer and they disregard your lawyer. Not give you that power.
You lawyer, where you got that voice from?
What voice?
Do unto others as they do to you.
That's a legal maxim that we borrow from the Bauer.
No.
We borrow from the Bauer and we use it as a legal principle.
The biblical verse.
I think it's all been in Matthew.
You see, we're talking legality. He bringing Matthew in.
No, that's it.
Praise who he will bring Luke in.
So, in conclusion,
so here's my question, right?
Yeah,
what's your question?
Here's my question. And it's not legal, but I think it's bordering on legality as well. So now that Yeke has been, and we didn't know that until, it's biblical. So we didn't know the real picture as far as the expulsion from the house of Yeke until you said it now, Council. that they got rid of him because of his consistent misbehavior and behavior outside the norm of a representative. In my own understanding, I just paraphrasing it. So it had nothing to do with what he said based on what is happening at the border. Cool.
Yeah, in their finding, they refer that to the police inspector general to take seizure of that matter. That's why they withdrew his complaint, because there were 2 complaints filed against him. One from Representative Mova, Sumo Mova, and the other complaint from Gregory Cuomo. Gregory Cuomo had to do with national security issue, and the one from Sumo Mova had to do with the unbecoming attitude in the house where he always misbehaved, contrary. So what they did, they dealt with their own internal related issues, and the other matters on the national security issue, they refer to Gregory Cuomo to decide after they have concluded their impeachment or expulsion proceeding.
Okay.
So he was now removed because of what was said about Cuomo.
Good. All right. Now this is where I'm going, Council. Are we going down a slippery slope as far as what is considered misbehavior within the House of Representatives? Because you know, and I know, I have seen behaviors that are not compatible with a certain representative. I know that. I've seen that. Everyone ever can point to that. So are they prepared to exercise the same authority and punishment that they have given to Yeke Koluba? Because every time you turn on your computer, a reporter is reporting from that chamber, and you see people arguing, people talking out of order. So what does it mean to say behavior what is considered to be misbehavior? Have to define that. What is the definition of a misbehavior in the House of Representatives? And are we going down a slippery slope here? Because if they don't define that, they mean any lawmaker can say, "This my colleague is misbehaving, and I think I want to recommend him for expulsion." And if I can get that vote, he's gone. This is the slippery slope I'm talking about. Because the executive can get anybody out of that place when they want, because they have the money and the bandwidth to do that. They can coerce all the lawmakers that they have done with Yeke Koluba, give them money, and say, "I don't like Archie Wright because I think he's going to be a threat to my policy within our house going forward, and so he must be gone." We can find a way to say he has been misbehaving. He has not been behaving as a proper representative, a conduct, commensurate to a representative. So we need him to go. And you're holding 300,000 to go divide among your members. And you got to get him out. That is a slippery slope, Council.
Okay. I agree with you. And we don't want to be fast to throw the stone now. But what we should know is the House is a political theater, and where loving and moving around could become the order of the day. So if you, as a legislator, you have to get some alliance with some colleagues, meaning move around other colleagues for to have that alliance. Otherwise, there are some issues that may happen that will affect other individual legislators. And this is a precedent case that you must say, I'm not saying this executive, because I'm part of the executive, I don't want to raise any issue. It's a precedent case that the independence and the security of individual legislators is not so guaranteed now, because what happens today to this individual may happen to another legislator.
Absolutely.
And this, but one thing we have to look at too is that for him, Like they were already finding a way out to remove him, and they used the opportunity. First of all, on the remark that was made, even though it was not what he was removed for, but they used it as an initial complaint against it first, with the complaint of Sumbo. So actually, one thing in governance is no government is a disinterested government. Every government must have an interest, and that interest either to promote the interest of the government, or I will not say to other silence other opposition or other individuals who the government tend to go against it. So that's why we also look on the 5%, 10% that Yakev and his group has. We still will depend on the Supreme Court to come down with certain decision as to correct those wrongs that are already being made, and to see that these things will be observed. But the type of democracy we have is a democracy that is being controlled mainly by a single head, single individual, meaning the executive, who had a higher control of it. And you may have other two branches of government, it's just in theory, but executives always prevail whenever they want to have an issue be done. So we don't. That's how we see it. That we see it, and that is governance. So I may agree with you, but it may not even limit to this government. It may include other government to come, because
Yes.
those in opposition, and whether they have seen what happened, and I know there will be some kind of retributive actions in the near future to say similar thing was done to our colleague, and also we will do it. It's not an issue. Like the current support of the government were using the cabinet general incident as compared to incident today they were discussing. So who all were giving due process? Yota was due process. Was cabinet giving due process on that? These were the issues to compare with previous government and their action today. So that's it. I think that's how I could say. Yeah, you better differ, sir.
To differ.
Yeah.
Yes. 100%. Oh, you are saying that Yeked was suspended not because of the statement he made concerning gaining, but because of behavior unbecoming. The person in the house who filed that complaint about behavior unbecoming, the person list the behavior of Yeka Koruba that he considered unbecoming. Because what I heard before this whole thing is that somebody filed a complaint that what Yeka said about Guinea Buddha was treasonable, and Yeka should be suspended and apologize to the House of Representatives. And when it got to that, Yeka, walked out with his lawyers, and the next thing we saw, is Yeka, expulsion. If Yeka had gone by what that person recommended, we're not going to be saying that now. Let's say Yeka, say I misspoke. If he realized that he misspoke now, but if he meant what he said, he doesn't have to apologize to anybody. And he failed to apologize because he meant what he said. That land on the side of the river towards Liberia, that land belongs to Guinea, as he claimed. and we saw all the politicians, jumping all over the place. We saw Alexander Cummings, we saw Tiawan Gonglo, running the 2029 campaign on this issue here, but they were misleading Yeke Koruba. Do you see any problem with that?
If I get you right,
okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I really want you to restate it in summary and very meaning issue regarding if he have how to call it apologize earlier on.
Okay.
There'll be a different
result. Let me restate it.
Okay,
what I heard or what I read was that one of those who complained from the house said that Yeke committed no treasonable offense, and Yeke should be suspended for I think 6 months and apologize to the body. And Yeke came to the committee investigation, brought his lawyers as instructed, and instead of Yeke taking a stand, the lawyers took the stand. And when the committee said, no, you're supposed to be talking to us, you are our colleague, Yeke and his lawyers walked out, leaving no room for him to apologize for the treasonable comments he made, even though you and Mr. Wright will say that free speech. But he made those. When I'm going to Lofa, I would never exceed those cornerstones on the side of Liberia, because Yeke said that land belongs to Guinea. We have no claim over the land, and that was front page news in Guinea. Said the representative, member of the prominent member of the House of Representatives from Lofa County.
Aren't we putting some more? Aren't we stretching this out?
I said that my flow. I said that my flow. I'm mopping my flow. So please don't come in. On the front page, on the major newspaper in Guinea, front page, they say one of the prominent members from the House of Representatives, and luckily he is from Lofa County. He said what we are saying, or what we have been saying, is right. That land belongs to us.
Can we prove that? Can we prove that?
Who prove what?
That the Guinean took
Prove that.
What you can say?
Prove that it was in the Guinea paper.
Yeah.
I can look it up.
Okay.
I can look it up. Yes, I can look it up. I don't talk to it because talk is free. I'm telling you. Mr. Nippy, I still have the floor.
No, I just back in up.
Okay, yeah, I gotta deal with this our learned lawyer and Archie right here tonight. I gotta deal with them. Right here on the same page here, on the same forum. I accuse, why you did that to Yeke, why you send money to him to buy pepper spray, this and that. I just know what accuse here. But I always call it as I see. I always call it as I see it. I mean, you know, I owe no loyalty to anybody. I owe loyalty to Liberia.
Okay. I
So
just
when I get on the
I just
show here,
Yeah,
I use
Councillor,
my
give
other
up.
Councillor,
I use my other phone to send the report or
Councillor,
the committee report to on our right. I think in that report you'll see the findings. And in that report it will tell you that the issue of the border accusation was never considered in a decision. What was considered in that decision was Sumbo related issues. And so when people were asked
okay.
whether they have the evidence to establish, whether they have the evidence, whether they presented evidence of the border related issue, they said because the issue was not already decided upon, they left that with the police to handle that. And
Okay. So
for what you talk about gaining related issue, that what I
great.
think
That
that what
is
you
great information.
okay.
So why did yeah? and even veteran Honorable
Yes.
Nippy even brought Detroit inside. Treason charges brought Detroit inside. And you're down there, two of you down there sitting on the information. And you people misled us, the panelists and the listeners.
D12 is totally different from totally different. The political environment is different from what we face now today. D12, you have a dictator, meaning President Thomas is a benefit of the dictator at the time. And as the President Thomas said, Chad D.B. King and me at the time. I did 1920 was Chad D.B. King.
1920 was Chad D.B. King because he ran up to 1926. And then when Totman came in 1944, D12 tried to try the same thing, and then that when Totman ran after him, and then
Alain, you were the ambassador at the time when he wrote that communication.
Yeah, then they got after him and got after Mr. Robert Taylor. Then they got after Mr. Nim and T.M. Boto. The guy on T.M. Boto. This is 1954. Before the crisis of Paul Dunbar and David Coleman. All those things that consecutively were annexed to the political maneuvering at that time. So Totman fell, and the group of Totman fell that D12 could not run. That's why I brought that point there in.
Yeah, I agree with you at that time because that's what I said is a different political environment other than the one we're coming in now. So anything of sort will be tested on our constitutional democracy as compared to that one party rule, one man, one voice issue. And regarding yeah, confused on what, Chief?
I'm confused because all the posts I see on the Facebook, this and that, and say we still have dictatorship in Liberia.
I disagree.
You are saying it only existed Topman time.
I disagree.
We just talk about the rule of law group and the how they call it, or the minority group.
We don't have dictatorship, but we Liberians try to make a good leader a dictator because we submit we set ourselves and gave ourselves in. You know, sometimes we make a leader a dictator, not the leader himself make himself a dictator, because we
Exactly.
push the leader to go in certain way that the leader may not have any clean knowledge or even to think about what you think we should go that way. You can remember when the president returned
So how,
yesterday. The president returned
how
yesterday
far
and
we
he
have
was
come?
faced.
The president saying, no, he is not member of the House of Representatives.
There is no.
And how
There
far,
is no.
according to your account, how far have we gone making Joe Walker a dictator?
He is not a dictator.
2 inches.
Joe Biden is not a dictator. I just giving scenario. I said we the citizens can make our leader to become dictator, but Joe Biden is not dictator. I would not say he's a dictator. No, he's not a dictator.
He's not.
I just gave you scenario. We are experiencing that several times.
Okay.
Because every day we will praising the leader. Every day we will agree with him whether he does something right or wrong. We will praising him, and we will also just because we just want favor. What
Whether
the
he
opposition
does
is
something
so
wrong or right, we praise him.
I
Is that
mean,
what
we
you
like
say,
we the
Councilor?
citizens. And I said, me, don't sell me because this is my government. I can't go against my own government.
You
I'm
say
talking about
you
government.
say
I talk about
we.
government by itself. I mean the citizen.
Okay, we include you.
No, I
Whether
said
he
you want
does
to
something
invite
right
me.
or wrong, praise him. You say we. You do
Do you
not
know
say
what brought the
praise
previous
him.
government failure? Do you know what brought the previous government failure? It's because those are around him
What's
and those
that?
are his supporters praising almost everything, whether he does right or wrong. That's why it is.
Okay,
And
but
until we the citizens,
you executive, and you are saying that whether Joe Walker does something wrong or right, or you praise him.
and that's why I
No,
say.
he's not saying
where
that.
I want to catch.
Wait. Let me calm down to
Where
him.
is he
He's
saying?
not saying, wait, Mr. Nubo. Mr. Nubo, we have to be careful. We have to be careful not to take a person's statement out of context. The councillor has not mentioned anything about Joe Baka being a dictator.
And you
He
know,
did not
He
mention that.
mentioned we.
No,
Whether he does
he
something good
said,
or
he
wrong,
said,
we praise him.
but what now? You gotta give us a chance to talk, on Bodumbo. We cannot bathe. You cannot bathe the councillor in a dirty oil water. What you trying to do is to bathe him into the Freeport discharge energy water. He did not say so.
Sorry.
Yeah, because you know how people are carrying things. They say, "Oh, the man on a beg to differ here against the government." He did not say so. I think the context is that for Africans, we the Africans, we transformed leader
And
of
Mr.
our
Numa was
country.
defending the government.
Huh? No, I'm not the way he said it
I
just
say,
now.
Continue.
Mr. Nubo,
I'm enjoying it. Don't
Mr.
run
I
away.
know
Nubo,
you can
Counselor,
enjoy it.
don't run away.
Mr. Nubo, you will not
Yes.
implicate me. You will not implicate me.
Absolutely.
I'm giving a context that we African, we are good at making our good leaders who make good for our country being dictator.
Transforming them into dictator. That's what he's saying.
Yeah, we transform it into dictator. I don't say Joseph Boakai is a dictator, because
Never
he
said
one of
that.
the labor president that we have. He doesn't much anything to do, and he needs what it is. But what we are saying now, you see what have transpired in the house just 1 or 2 days ago. Other people that do ignorant people will blame it on the executive. They will say the executive had hand in it, and the executive had no hand in it. You understand? Because each individual with their own separate motive try to take certain action. And when you read a report that just sent to write, that report did not measure much about the they look at the Guinea border issue. They put dwell on the internal crisis. Now they put dwell on the internal crisis. So, and I say the president is a dictator. The president can never be a dictator. All right.
So let me ask my question now. Let me ask my question.
Oh, what I said was,
Hello.
whether the president do something right or wrong or we blah blah blah. Okay, I should go ahead.
Okay.
It's
Who is a dictator? Who is a dictator?
Who is the co-host? Oh, okay.
No, who is a dictator? I want Mr. Napier and the council to answer the question because they were quick to jump on Mr. Buckeye's dictator. Who is a dictator?
Honorable Napier will start first.
Our policy is important because we have people who are not lettered listening to us. The person who want to be the referee, the last man, the match commissioner, and then serves as the organizing body. One person.
The cheerleader.
The converse is not true. Mr. Joseph Boakai is not a dictator. He has always permitted the various organs of the governance system to run. For instance, today you have the legislators like yesterday. They voted out Yanibo. They brought in one more. They voted that one out. Then they went to Speaker Snow. They voted Speaker Snow out. They brought in another speaker. Then we saw what happened again. They voted wait for your time for Nati. They voted him out. And today we have Richard Nambekun. All of those processes were not supported by the president for the president to say, yeah, go right ahead and do it. A dictator will dictate a pace. A dictator will act unilaterally. A dictator will be conclusive on things that he wants to do and no other person can say anything. That's what a dictator does. And so in the layman language, the man who want to do everything, the paramount chief, he ain't got nobody to assess him. In the whole chiefdom, the paramount chief, nobody can there, no clan chief there, no district quarter chief there. Only the paramount chief that will be a dictator. While the paramount chief say, if any, no. Contrary to that, Mr. Boakai is not a dictator. Everybody is playing his role. He may have some minor hiccups, and I do not go against that. Like any political leader, even in the family, the father has hiccups. He has domestic hiccups. The president, as the head of the nation, has domestic hiccups. But can you translate that into he being a dictator? No. If you were a dictator, you would step into the house of, you now respect the 55th section to go and give his annual message. He'll just be caught dry. He write in the mansion, he read annual message to himself and he finish. That's what dictators do. Dictators run the army and they put students in the army. No, he did not put any students into the army. The dictator run the Liberian National Police. He put his students there. Contrary to that, I don't think you have students for the president to run his game plan. No. He's open.
Thank you.
But he has to do his executive duties.
Okay.
Thank you.
You want me to come in?
So,
Well, Councilor Day,
So a dictator is one. A dictator is one who imposes his will on his subject. Oh, you're okay.
No, I wanted to share the thing you sent me, Ray. So this is what he sent me. Look.
Is that a definition
Mr.
of dictator?
No. This was the committee's report that he sent me earlier. The consular sent me earlier.
But you asked question.
I just wanted to share this.
Nippy and
let me share. I will answer it. I will answer it. Let me just share it. We get a chance to share it.
I just don't want you to run.
No. I mean, it's not for to discuss now. You want to discuss? I want to share it because you sent it to me, and then we want different topics.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
My phone is small, so I can't really see the right thing. You know, I'm using my other phone.
All right. Yeah. Well, here's what I want to say, and then the council can come in. Everything that Mr. Napier just said, if we take a careful look, a very careful look at all of the structure of the government now, the government composition, and some of the decisions that this government has taken, Mr. Napier, under your definition, Mr. Boyka would be considered a dictator. We can go down the line. You talk about stooges. We can go from the Ministry of Finance. We can go to all the LRA. We can even go to the security forces. He has populated those places with people that are either relatives to him or people that have served with him for a very long time. Remember that he has been in government service for 42 years and going. He has taken decisions that are contrary to established laws.
Such as?
For example, yes. For example, the tenure positions. We can go to the central bank, to NAFA, to they call the but there's so many of them. They can come to a few of them out there. Either number probably 5 or 6 that he has blatantly, intentionally violated the laws just to make that happen. We know the removal of Onati Kofa that he was heavily involved in. And we can tell you, and we'll know that even this removal of Yege Koluba, that the executive will be discovered to be involved into this.
What is your discovery on that? You have to prove it. What is the discovery you have made to establish that you're saying?
Okay.
Let prove it. He's understand now. Actually, right, you understand tonight.
I can tell you when a leader speaks, and he doesn't speak as a leader, he speaks with a tone that tend to breed more division rather than togetherness. You draw a conclusion, even outside of a proven fact. Here's why. The president returned from Ethiopia a few days ago. You were asked by one of the reporters, Mr. President, what do you make of what is happening now? This has not happened under prior leadership, but it is happening under your leadership. And I know many of us here saw that tape. The president's response was nothing but very disappointing. He said, and I quote, paraphrase, not quote. I can't remember exactly what he said, but I know what he said. He said there are many things that are going to happen that have never happened. Pay attention. That we can draw a conclusion that he was aware that, in fact, that he is probably a party to this. What one would have thought, what would have thought, gentlemen, what one would have thought was that, oh, look, I am watching this very carefully. We hope that the legislature would do their best to maintain a decorum in the House because they are the first branch of government, and that it will help to maintain the peace of this country. That's not a leader. But you don't throw fuel into the fire with that kind of statement. That a lot of things are going to happen that have never happened before. Just watch. That is not how the leader speaks. That tells me that he knows more than what he's saying. So that's what I said. When we look at your definition, we would say that Mr. Boycott is a dictator. Because not only has he violated standing rules, not only has he violated the Constitution, but he has made appointments in his government, and to use your term, that brought in stooges that are doing what he's supposed to do, what he wants them to do. He is not because they are qualified, but because they are his stooges. Because they are his stooges. That's right. That's right. From the military.
Will you consider the Minister of Justice as a stooge?
Who?
The Minister of Justice.
Justice that is stooge, the police director.
I said this.
The police director who said, the 3 missing boys, there was never a case, they died natural deaths, that the truck driver that ran into Unity Party, or partisans, the police director who said, that was accident, that Boycott stooge. And that's what Mr. Archie Wright wants to say here.
I said from the beginning.
I'm not here to defend Boycott. Okay, go ahead.
I said from the beginning that let us not forget that Mr. Boycott has served. He is the longest serving president in government. Longest. He's been over 42 years and counting. By the time he probably finishes 6 years, you'll be probably 46, 47 years in government. That's a long time.
Eight
years ago.
No, actually, I need to interject.
Okay, go ahead.
No. Mr. Baga has not been in government for 40-something years. You count the 12 years of Her Excellency President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, that will be 12. He's running his own six year, that will be 18. But he has worked as managing director of LPMC and LPRC. They were not government institutions. He has worked in Lofa County for the Virgin Coffee Mill. That area was not for government of the Republic of Liberia. Yes, I want to agree with you that he worked with the Ministry of Agriculture, but cumulatively, it does not add up to 42 years for him to have been the longest serving government official. No. We have to look at Todman too. Todman served in the judiciary for some time.
Legislator.
In the legislature. He came from Cape Palmas as a lawyer. They used to call him poor boy lawyer. Then he came as a legislator. And then he served up for 27 years. Cumulatively, you will say Todman was the longest serving government official of Liberia. That if you put it into proper context, it will be William V.S. Todman and not Joseph Yuma Boyka. And not Joseph Yuma Boyka. Joseph Yuma Boyka all of his life. And then you can say in government, I'm coming. I'm giving you information. Mr. Nubo, when somebody has a flow, give them chance.
Okay. I'm just jubilated.
Prior to his employment with the Liberian Produce Marketing Corporation and other areas, he was dean for the boys' hostel right here on Eichmann Street. That was not a government institution. That was the College of West Africa. He was dean there for boys. He used to be manning those boys. So we cannot attribute that to me.
Can I ask a question?
Please do. I will answer.
Okay, good. What was the first administration Mr. Boyka served in?
The first administration, the first job that Mr. Boyka had was a manager at LPMC in Nima County.
Was that on a door or top?
On the top, but that was not a government position. That's the point I'm making. That was a public corporation. It has nothing to do with government.
LPMC?
The LPMC managing director is a government employee.
LPMC?
Yeah, Liberia Produce Marketing Corporation was not a government institution. The history of LPMC starts from Denmark. LPMC was originally established. I'm giving you historical fact. LPMC was originally established by the Danish people, Mr. Andersen. He was the first managing director. You had Charles Manor working there. You had Lasana Philip working there as controller. Then the government decided to put its foot into the door. Before that time, it was called the East Asiatic Company. I come in, Mr. Nubo.
No,
we have people
listening
to us, Mr. Nubo. When we do this kind of thing, it's not good.
Take notes.
It's not good. When somebody is on the floor, let the person be on the floor and get completed. Okay. So from the East Asiatic Company, which is a Danish company, then Liberia put its foot into the door. But formerly, it was the Danish people. Yeah? It's on already. It's on already. So you had the Danish people running that show. Mr. Boyka then worked with LPMC. So
question.
No, I see you. I see you.
Question, Mr. Nickett.
Let me learn first. So he has never worked with government, and he went through the rank. He went through the rank, and then he became a manager for the Ganta Estate. As a matter of fact, Mr. Boyka was on the verge of being dismissed. Both Mr. Boyka and I, because I was the Workers' Association president, and the people felt I was giving them a hard time. Then the military took over, and April, then May, Mr. Boyka was made, President Boyka now was made the first Liberian managing director of the Liberian Produce Marketing Corporation. That was his first big job. His first big job. So that is when, that was in 1980. May. I forgot the date, but it was in May. Right after the PRC took over, April 12th, then in May, he was made the first Liberian managing director of the Liberian Produce Marketing Corporation. In that context, therefore, you cannot say he was working with the Liberian government. The second job that Mr. Waka had, when he went to LPMC.
Mr. Napier, before we move on LPMC, let me ask the question. When did the government become part owner or owner of LPMC?
Oh, that was 1977, because I joined LPMC around just about that time, 77, 78.
Okay.
So
when the government took over,
around about 75, 76.
Okay. At that time, what was the government share in LPMC?
At that time, the government share. At that time, it was the Danish people that were running the thing 100%, and they were giving us what we would call peanuts, and that's what prompted the government to have stepped into the door. Because formerly it was not LPMC, as I said, it was the East Asiatic Company buying cocoa and coffee. LPMC came into being around 1977, 76, 77, or thereabout.
So before you, Mr. Nomo, before you come in, my last question to Mr. Napier. So then you agree, Mr. Napier, that Mr. Boycott, President Boycott now started working in government from the 70s.
But the 70s, he was not working for the Liberian government.
What do you mean? He was at LPMC.
No, LPMC is not the Liberian government. It was not owned by the Liberian government.
No, but I just asked you, so when the government came in, when the government came in, you said 1976, 1975.
No. Yeah. The first managing director of LPMC was wait now, Mr. Nubo, you can't do that. Don't forget
he said he started working for the Liberian government proper 1980 to 2026, that's 46 years.
What do you mean by 2026? I never told you. No. I say as the managing director for LPMC, that was 1980.
Year claim is right.
No.
Thank you.
1980, you are working for a public corporation. A public corporation is not for government.
Right, Mr. Napier disagreed, and I'm telling you, he said the government came into whatever East India, whatever it was, in 1975, 1976. It became LPMC in 1980. But I'm asking Mr.
No, it did not become LPMC in 1980. He became managing director in 1980, around May of 1980. He was appointed by Samuel Kyan Doe.
26 years.
He was appointed by Samuel Kyan Doe in 1980.
So when it became LPMC?
When you're working with government, it means you are in a government institution. That's what it means. You're working at Ministry of Finance. You might working at the LRA. But the man working with corporate corporation.
From 1980 to 2026.
Don't put that into the contract. Manage his services with LPRC and LPMC. Manage those periods. Then you will be talking the right thing. Because they're not government institutions.
What?
They are not government institutions.
LPRC is not government institution.
Oh, LPRC be government institution.
Oh, wow. Yes, LPRC is government institution.
It's a public corporation. There are about 21 public corporations at the time.
They are SOEs.
But they were not 100% owned by the government.
That's the point I was trying to wrap up.
Okay.
Mr. Nippy.
Now you breaking you are opening a can of worms. Who owns
No, I'm not opening care of what. Pushing the can.
who owns LPLC beside the government? Ellen Johnson Sirleaf and Clayton Wallace?
Oh. But Clayton was an LPRC too.
No, those are the people that drafted the article of incorporation. Ellen and Clayton Wallace.
Were they working for government at the time?
Oh yes.
Well,
Ellen was at the Ministry of Finance. And Clayton was at Lands and Mines.
What I am trying to establish is that when the government, you see, when the greatest financial crisis in world history happened in 2008, 2010, the government under its what they call it, a QE, quantitative easing, they printed more money and they buy assets, junk assets from all American institutions. The government then became a part owner of this business.
aha. Now you're making a point. Part uno.
Yes.
Part
So
uno.
it was then.
But
Yes.
the point
So
I'm
the
the point I'm
government
making,
owned
Ati,
the ownership of it.
okay, let me bring you to a point. If Makona, the river we're talking about between Liberia and Sierra Leone, can Liberia say the water for them?
Yes.
Can
Labrador
Liberia
ownership.
own that
Yes.
water? No,
Labrador owned it. Yes. In
no,
partnership with Guinea.
it's not for Liberia, it's for Liberia and Guinea.
Yes. The owner in partnership with Guinea.
So neither Guinea nor Liberia can lay exclusive ownership to that river. So
Okay.
if
Now,
Guinea
hold
wants
on,
to,
exclusive.
I'm
We're
coming,
putting
I'm coming.
Exclusive, no.
an actress in bandwagon though.
Oh, how you put me there? How you put me there? You want put rope on Joseph Waka neck?
Stepping near it.
Huh? Mr. Nobody you want? Mr. Nobody, I can't
Okay.
put that rope on Joseph Waka neck for the 6 years. No.
Oh no. Joseph Boakai been in government for 46 years.
No.
No. 46.
46 years.
It's about 49 now. Just give you one minute. If I 50, 51, 52.
49. You go and check his resume, you'll get 49 years on it, or 46.
Because Mr. Nippy is telling us that Mr. Boycott or President Boycott joined, he was at the LPMC from 1975, between 1975 and 1976. And the government had part ownership of that entity. So you're working for government.
In that context, therefore, it was not for the government of Liberia.
Yes.
It was for the Mr. Waka might have started with the work for LPMC when it was EAC transitioning to the Liberian Produce Marketing Corporation.
If he were there and the government gave whatever 2% ownership, you're working for the government. Because the government could sit on the board and decide what happened to his employment there. The government could sit in that board meeting and decide what happened to finance, what happened to governance at that institution. Therefore, they were owners of the business.
Actually, Mr. Nippy and Mr. Boakai have been working with the government for over 46 years.
Where are you, bro?
Yeah, that's my.
Mr. Nubo?
Yes.
Mr. Nubo, remember your initials are N. We're talking about your part.
We are the same end. We are the same end. But You and Waka, you've been working with government for 46 years.
Look at
And,
that.
and yesterday, Waka cannot deliver, and you cannot call here and say, my friend or my buddy, let's sit down somewhere, and decide what to do.
Oh, that way in due time when he calls me, I will tell him.
Kenny people came and took our land. They not do anything. Iran,
Mr. Nubo, in due course.
No, let me learn. Iran,
He call
Israel,
me.
America walking, and gas prices up, everything price up. And for the 6 years or for 9 years, experienced administrator or president become helpless.
The people who started the war.
Pick up the phone and call him.
The people who made the gas price high. You want to put it on Waka head again?
You need to call him and say, you came to rescue Liberia, but I'm calling you to rescue you.
Oh, I love
Yeah.
Where is Veteran Smith in all this discussion here?
I can honestly Veteran Smith.
Mr. Ray, you want to play my recording?
What recording? You sent me something?
Yeah.
What recording?
The recording of the decision by the decision of the House of Representatives and all those who signed. Declare read all those names that were for and against. They're very important.
Do we have time for that now?
It won't take
Veteran
long.
Smith, we'll play that tomorrow because it's 9:04 right now.
So Mr. Newman running away.
9:04, one something, right?
Yeah, about 1:04 in Liberia AM, man. So we gotta, yeah.
So we are just
So, gentlemen, I can guarantee tomorrow we're gonna run the state. So,
But tomorrow we have
tomorrow?
a show. We have a show with the Lingsu and the youth from all over the country. They gather in Monrovia sponsored by the Ministry of Education and Lingsu, bringing all the youth together. I think they're ending the conference on Sunday. They will be on our show tomorrow. First time dealing with the youth on a Saturday.
Who are we having? Are we having the leadership or just any of them?
Yeah, the president of the youth, and then some of the people who came from Grand Jita, different youth came from all over Maryland, all of them in Monrovia. And we'll have the assistant minister of education also part of the show.
Oh, okay.
We need to listen to Ruth tomorrow first.
I don't know. She's traveling back to the U.S. tomorrow. She can't. That's why she wanted to be on the program tonight. Yeah, but the weather they ain't permit her. So, God, wait, let me forget what I was about to say something. My God, gosh, I don't blank. Okay. Yeah, I'm blank, guys. I'm blank. Ooh. Okay. What was I going to say? All right, let's do the guy. Get a close up.
About the show tomorrow. That's what you were talking about.
Yeah, I was trying to say. I was trying to say we'll run the tips tomorrow.
Okay.
We'll run the tips tomorrow, and we'll run the tip tomorrow just to make sure.
What time we starting? Because it's always not 100%. When we start?
No, we'll be 100%. We'll get started at 5 o'clock now. Y'all gotta be. They gotta be clear.
5 or 4. Which one?
At 5 o'clock America time, 9 p.m. at Liberia's time.
Okay.
Yeah. So at this time now, we can position our guests for the first hour from 9 to 10, and then 10 o'clock we bring in the other guests. That way we can do it that way, and we're going to stick to that time. I'm going to do 2 guests in a day now. So when we talk, anyone talking to a guest, let them know if you're coming. So you come in the first half, now 1 hour. If you come in the second half, we'll do 2 hours. After 7,
Don't hit that girl before. You can do that day. You are returning all, but you're not doing it. You know, I want to be younger like you, man.
all right, gentlemen. So
But dealing with the youth, generally coming from all over the country, I think we need to get in the whole show.
Yeah, tomorrow's gonna be the youth, all the show. You know, Mr. Tua is
Okay.
returning to America tomorrow, so he won't be able to join us. So tomorrow is all about for the youth and the minister. So having the minister, right? Assistant minister.
Yeah.
Okay, good. All right. That's good. Would it be willing to talk about what happened with Sue?
Yeah, he said he can comment on that. Then he will talk about the symposium that they're having with all the youth partnership, with the Ministry of Education, what they are doing, what they're trying to accomplish, all the youth from all over the country. But then he said Linksu represents student leaders all over the country. So it comprises university student and high school student, all in Maruba in hotel.
Oh, okay. All right. That's good. That's good. That's a very good program. That means a very good program tomorrow.
And we'll have people representing from Maryland, Mr. Nemo Kante, Grand G there, River G and other parts, so River said all of them for all the youth, all the different high school, Madaladra, all of them in Maruba.
I mean, you people do not listen to me when I said what Soup was doing should have been done by Linksu, Liberian National Student Union. They represent all. They
all have their own agenda.
They represent all the students.
But they were super playing politics on the campus of the university.
Okay.
That's why they were playing.
I would not say politics.
Political party at the University of Liberia. And LINSU is a national organization. I mean, I dealt with LINSU before, and even when I was in Liberia, the African Student Union.
Also,
they want to be hosted in Liberia. They want to have a convention there. But President Salim wanted endorsement from Linksu. And Linksu did not give it to her. And so that convention was not held. And that time, Kwame Ross was the president of Linksu. Kwame Ross works at the loan office now.
They got the driver?
No, he's not a driver. That's educated guy.
Oh,
he's not a driver.
Educated guy can be driver.
This man is an auditor. And he got his certification forensic auditor from the US of A. So no, I don't want for anybody to belittle him here. Yeah. And this man was one of us who wrote the strategic plan of the General Auditing Commission.
No, but we're not talking about him. Yeah, I'm referring to the lawmakers.
No. I'm just giving the background. I'm just giving the background that Linksu, when it comes to all the students in the country, Linksu is the first place to start. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Nubo. Let's give our quick closing, guys, in 5 minutes, please. It's 9:12. We gotta go. Let's start with Mr. Nubo.
Oh,
With a new mode.
thank you.
So,
Thank
if-
you.
No. Veteran Smith,
So-
you let her do this. We won't close. You won't bring another topic, please. We're closing.
no, I know. I just want boy so you can put it in his comment. So if you get the links you on your side, you can win election. Am I right?
We are not talking about election. We are not talking about election. We are talking about the voice of the students. That's what we are talking about. I'm not talking about election or Lensu President not running or George Numo not running and you, Fred, I feel that you are not running either. So no, we are not talking about election, but it was a good show tonight. And I'm sorry that we started this thing late, and because of the weather in Liberia, we could not get to our colors. But it was a nice show, and even though some people ran away from some firepower, from some territories, but we'll be back tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nubo. Veteran Smith?
Yeah, a good discussion by our diplomat Nipe and our CEO or our head moderator Aji Rai and Nemo. Tonight I took a backward seat, but tomorrow I will play an active role. And sorry that we couldn't get the Reverend.
Yes.
We hope we can find a better time for him or maybe somewhere, maybe he will be tomorrow that the internet or some in the future that the internet can work. But wherever I asking the question, where are you? Because look, where he live, some parts the internet just can't work. I don't know. I think he said he tried every way possible, and he said not working. I said okay. So sorry that I couldn't hear him because but the questions and the role play we'll get him another time. We'll still talk about it. So I will be behind him during the week. What time is necessary, we'll get him. And also the diaspora representative Emmett Don, he on our list for next week. And there are other people who came for the party. Maybe they will get me with the head of the PPP, Iberian People Party, the leader, Gonglo might join us. So I'm still working on it. Pretty soon, I won't have to call people now. They will be calling us to fit in our schedule. But now I'm going after them. And pretty soon, even down to the pro tem will be coming here. So a lot of people will be coming, but I get very patient working with people, So at times they will just be telling all we want together, I bet to differ. So we wish for that opportunity where they will be running behind us.
I think we're getting there, Veteran. I think we're getting there. The quality of guests that we are bringing on here. I'll tell you the reason why I'm disappointed, just as you are, and like every other panelist here tonight, is because when I posted most of the chat room, the summary of the show today, people were really excited about the line. And I think it was because of the revenue. And the topic.
And you were, sorry. You were not here last night. What do you think about the show?
The man froze.
All the talking are talking to man, go.
I think because the responded I go in most of the chat room and I put in.
You finished
Okay,
now?
now we go to Nippy.
All right, did you guys hear me?
Yeah, well, that's small. So we'll get you
Hearing you
2
now.
more minutes. We'll get you 2 more minutes to redeem yourself.
Okay. Now I go to Mr.
Make
Nippet.
it-
Mr.
make
Nippet,
it one.
I was seeing, you know, a lot of the people were coming, they were excited. Even when I started the show, when I went live on the show, the number of people that were coming in or driving, it was heavy. You know, that's why I call you. I told you, to start telling the people that the guests were going to be late. It's raining because people were on and were expecting, you know, guests to be on the show. But we did that, so that was good. But Reddit, you know, that was my own disappointment tonight. That we had 2 beautiful lineup and it didn't materialize. But we got no control over the weather and the internet. It happens and it happened. So
But
hopefully
we can still follow all that interview when she gets back home. We can still do it live.
yeah, we'll do that. We'll go after her when she comes in. All right, Mr. Nippy, let's do this, please. I get you. Close up.
Mr. Nippy is sleeping. He's sleeping.
He just don't sleep.
No, Mr. Nippy probably busy in the back. I think we heard him. All right, guys. So I think we'll just leave it like that. This is all the time we have. The time now is 9:18. We'll look forward to be back at tomorrow same time at 5 p.m. and 9 p.m. Morovia time.
But
I'm
where is
very
Councilor Day? Where is Councilor Day?
Oh, he left. He left already. No,
You
it's 1
want to
o'clock.
do run away?
At 1 a.m., Mr. Nova. The guys stay on till you're on till 1. Can you imagine that?
Councilor Day could not withstand the firepower.
You'll come back tomorrow strong. All right, gentlemen. That's it.
Okay. Good night.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
See.